Stay on Charlie, short of 12, Sun Country 285.
Section 295, amend your instructions. You'll turn left at Tango, join Charlie behind company, and hold short of runway 13 right.
Left at Tango, join Charlie behind company, short of 13 right, 295.
KLM 250 heavy, runway 12 right, taxi via Alpha, hold short of Charlie.
For 12 right, by Alpha, hold short of Charlie,
Delta 756, runway 17, taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 22, hold short of runway 13 right. 655 Minneapolis ground, pushback to your discretion for runway 17.
Push through 17, 655.
Section 285, monitor tower 126.7.
267, Sun Country 285.
Section 295, monitor tower 126.7.
Monitor 26.
Delta 3851, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 22.
Cross runway 1 direct, city via Charlie, Hotel in Quebec. 12 right on Charlie, Charlie, Hotel, Quebec, Sun Country 285. 4820, turn left, contact ground on 100. Sun Country 295, Minneapolis on Charlie, cross runway 1 direct, city via Charlie, Hotel, Quebec. And Charlie, cross 12 right, Charlie, Hotel, Quebec, Sun Country 295. Sun Country 285 on Hotel, cross runway 4, monitor tower 2395. Hotel, cross 4, monitor tower, Sun Country 285. 2153, runway 17, monitor boy.
Be sure to wave the spotters parked off the left there. They're doing a nice live stream right now.
Alright, we'll give a good wave.
Flying over heavy, protected.
Welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport. Happy Friday, everybody. We are ready for another installment of live plane spotting here from Minnesota's aviation mecca at Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport. It's a mild, mostly cloudy day across the Twin Cities metro as we begin our third installment of the week with live plane spotting from the aircraft viewing area. So delighted to have you on board with us today for what is going to be an action-packed afternoon and evening for live plane spotting here in the Twin Cities metro area. Hi, everybody. My name is Alex, the executive producer of MSP Airport Live. Excited to begin today's show. So apologies for the later start than expected. Had got to the viewing area and had modified the setup plan a little bit, but nonetheless, we are underway. Sure way, it's good to see you today. Since next week is going to be so gross and humid here. Summer finally showing up, I know. The worst of summer, I guess you could also say. And of course, Jerway saying, TGIF from Brooklyn Park, everyone. Hey, Jerway, it's good to see you. Goose, good to see you today, Goose. Happy Friday. And Gordon, good to see you today, Gordon, our wonderful plane spotting friend. Say good afternoon, plane posse from sunny Tomo, Wisconsin. And Weather Bob 3, good to see you today, Bob. Says hello from Arkansas. It's hotter than new love here, LOL. Maddie's saying afternoon at MSP Plane Posse. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you, Maddie.
Super Tug 6 tow.
And Jenna's saying, sup, y'all? Sup, Jenna?
Hold short of runway. I'm going to change it. Alpha. We'll bring it all the way down to Charlie. So Alpha to Charlie and hold short of runway 13 right.
Pilot Depth Delta 1885 departing soon. Good to hear it.
Send you 672 Minneapolis ground, taxi to me Whiskey Delta. You can let me know if it's occupied.
Whiskey Delta, let me know.
American 2122 Minneapolis ground, push back your discretion, runway 17.
Push back our discretion, runway 17, American 2122.
Secretary 655, you're released at 19, time now.
Mr. Cookie Man, absolutely.
Monitor tower, Secretary 655, thanks.
So how about that to get the broadcast underway? KLM 250 Heavy
Right on Alpha at Alpha 8, hold Charlie 12 right Alpha.
getting harassed with mosquitoes in the process. KLM departing to Amsterdam here this afternoon.
Hold short of runway 13.
And they're looking to run right on time.
For winds 15006.
Travis 3, good to see you today, Travis. Happy Friday. Mr. Cookie Man Shorts, you're welcome, of course. We got to get KLM.
Scout 3783, taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 22, hold short of runway 13.
Very good afternoon, KLM 250 Heavy is an Alpha Top, fully ready.
KLM 250 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower. Good afternoon, runway 13 right, line up away, traffic across Southfield.
1, 2 right, lining up the way, KLM 250 Heavy.
756 Minneapolis Tower, Alpha 8, cross, no one correction, runway whiskey, traffic holding up position.
Good cross, 12 right at Alpha 8, with Alpha 8.
Delta 3185 Minneapolis ground, pushback.
Rosie B318, so good to see you today. Happy Friday. Rosie says happy Friday. MSP plane to Posse. Joining from the Lurkers Lounge for the time being. Lots going on this afternoon.
And then also one to pass in front of you eastbound on Quebec. Once they both pass, runway 12 left taxi.
Absolutely no problem in that, Rosie. It's a good day to get stuff done, especially if it's outdoor yard work or anything like that. Today's a good day.
Let's wait for the 700 to clear, and then push back to your discretion, runway 17.
All right, everybody, KLM 250 Heavy now departing to Amsterdam with the 7879 Dreamliner.
With 877 Amsterdam, push back your discretion, runway 12 left. So 2591 Minneapolis ground, make sure you don't block pop-up, push back your discretion, runway 12 left.
KLM 250 Heavy, winds 150 at 7, runway 12 right, fly runway heading, clear for takeoff.
Fly runway heading, 12 right, copy the wind, clear for takeoff. KLM 250 Heavy.
Now, so upper tactical adjuster, it'll be 5.
Range 194, Roger. If it's not open by the time you get there, just pull into the remote pad, and we'll wait for it there. We'll go. So 2384, Monster Tower, on 126.7.
Minneapolis Tower, 73 mile final at Charlie, cross, runway 1 direct, CBS Charlie, control point 11, monitor ground point 9er.
Charlie, cross, 1 to the right, Charlie, control point 11, monitor point 9, super good.
Delta 2284, Minneapolis Tower, amend your route, straight ahead on Alpha, cross runway 4, at Alpha 8, hold short of runway 12 right.
I will amend, I will continue Alpha, clear across runway 4, and
KLM 250 Heavy, heading 105 now. Left, heading 105. Contact departure. Good day.
105 at departure, KLM 250 Heavy, bye.
Cover 4982 Minneapolis ground, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 22.
76 runway 17, flight runway heading cleared for takeoff.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's going to be some spectacular backdrops with this cloud cover today. Beautiful takeoff from the 7879 Dreamliner, headed to Amsterdam. Also coming up later on the program today, we'll have Discover departing with the A330-300 to Frankfurt, Germany. We'll also have Delta 160 Heavy with A350 departing to Amsterdam as well around the 4 o'clock hour. UPS also bringing a 767 today. And Air France also later tonight will feature the 777-200ER.
Turn right on whiskey.
Alright, Alpha 8, clear across 12 right, and then right on whiskey, Delta 124.
Circuit 655, runway Minneapolis, runway 17 on a plate. Circuit 2122, Minneapolis, on Charlie, cross turn 1 straight, turn right on whiskey, cross runway 4.
Cross runway 12 right, turn right on whiskey, cross runway 4, American 2126.
3025, 2157, turn left, contact ground point 9er.
Left, point 9, right, 2157.
All right, we got Delta crossing the south parallel runway. Flight 2284 to Phoenix. Now joining taxiway whiskey.
Grand American 2157, 16 Alpha 5.
Figure 2157 after turn, where are you parking?
Echo 13.
Figure 2157 for now, taxi via Alpha, hold short at Delta.
Alpha short Delta, but 2157. Yeah, what is CRJ, Mike, intersection, American 2126.
Sky West 3783, Minneapolis, on Mike, cross turn 1 straight, turn right on whiskey, the American 73 waits for you.
I was 783, cross 1 right, left turn onto whiskey, I was
756, turn right, heading 215, 215, contact departure.
On runway 17, company's pushed out of 50.
And our next taxi, we're going to catch American Airlines 2122 coming in from Dallas, Fort Worth.
Delta 877, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 22.
Star winds 120 at 7, runway 12 right for the last.
Change 395, Minneapolis ground, push back your discretion, runway 17. Change 194, they're pushing now, just hold short of Sierra until they leave, and then you can taxi in once they leave.
Okay, I'm also Sierra, taxi once they're gone.
Discuss 182 Juliet, Minneapolis ground, push back your discretion, runway 12 left. Discuss 182 Juliet, American 2157, taxi via Charlie and Charlie 678.
Oh, nice. We got an American Airlines 2 for 1. So we got the A319 on the right-hand side of your screen that came in from Philadelphia. And we have the outbound departure to Dallas, Fort Worth, flight 2122. Now in focus.
The 2591, runway 12 left, wait for the bus to pass off the
Delta also has an identical flight number, and that service is from here to Los Angeles. I've actually flown Delta 2122. It's being operated with a 757-300, but back in May when I flew the route, it was a 321 Neo. One of the best flights I ever took. And if you are just joining us, welcome to a special Friday installment of MSP Airport Live from the aircraft viewing area today. Trying to soak up all of the wonderful weather this week before it goes away. And we are going to be put into the blast furnace next week. Temperatures in the 90s pretty much every single day for the next 7 days. A huge heat wave is coming to the upper Midwest. So what that'll do for show schedules is it's going to toss it into disarray. No show on Monday next week. We will have deadly heat index values at over 100 degrees. So we will not be out streaming in that extreme heat. There will be maybe 1 or 2 days next week where we'll be doing a morning show.
4270 Minneapolis ground behind that RJ exiting, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa.
And the reason we're picking the morning is that, well, we want to change it up a little bit.
Turn right heading 215, 215, contact departure. 215.
Also, the heat values midday are just going to be borderline unbearable.
Heading 120, good for takeoff.
Heading 120 and
126.7. 3185, monitor tower, 126.7.
All right, let's take a look at Prime Air coming in on the south parallel runway 12 right from Cincinnati, flight 3043.
Right, whiskey, stay with me.
So this 737 Boeing converted freighter could be taxiing on Mike here. That's a taxiway that's closest to us at the viewing area, 300 feet away. We love our Mike taxis.
Up 1630 Minneapolis Tower, amend your route, turn right on Alpha, cross runway 4, Mike, hold short runway 1 direct.
And how about some love for the A220? The whale bus
7,
is on the move. This is the shorter version of the whale bus, the A220. So this is Delta Flight 1630 to Kansas City today.
3043, continue whiskey.
And it's also followed by another Airbus A220-100. And this flight today is headed to St. Louis, so these two routes were normally flown with the 717 up until recently when the A220s took command. There are no 717 flights, to my knowledge, scheduled in or out of MSP at this time. The 717 was an aircraft we used to see here quite frequently, but Delta has already expedited the process of phasing them out.
5 runway 17, taxi via Sierra Kilo, cross runway 22, company will wait for you.
Kilo cross 22 to 17,
59 1531 Minneapolis, respect your discretion, runway 17.
Descend discretion 17 at 5031.
French 499 ground, I'll play back. Just 2821 monitor, tower 126.7. Range 395, monitor tower 123.67. Drive your sequence down at Whiskey.
Southwest Flight 1016, and now touching down with a 737 MAX 8 from Baltimore.
Southwest 1016, taxi Whiskey Delta, monitor ground point honor. Whiskey Delta, monitor 1. Skywest 37, contact departure. Departure, Southwest.
South 182 Juliet, runway 12 left.
And here's our prime air flight from Cincinnati.
Got 4473, monitor tower on 126.7.
267, 44.
So 1749, monitor tower on 126.7.
So tower, 1749.
Sun Country 499, push back to your discretion, runway 17.
That's discretion 17.
Looks like our arrival from Cincinnati is continuing to make its way over toward our direction and in the direction of taxiway Mike. We'll see where it turns off, but I think we might get our first bike taxi of the day here pretty soon. Or A220 goodness. And Sun Country instead is going to elect to taxi on the crosswind runway. And I think they wanted the crosswind runway, or vectored onto the crosswind runway, to expedite their taxi. They can travel a little bit faster to get down to the west side of the airport where the cargo ramp for prime air is.
17 and Lima to the ramp. Have a good day. All right, at November, clear cross 17.
So they're certainly picking up some speed on the taxi.
That's 4473 Minneapolis, cover Mike, cross frame 1 direct, you're right on Whiskey.
Mike, cross 1 right, and Whiskey, 46.
So 1049 Minneapolis, cover Mike, cross frame 1 direct, you're right on Whiskey. Mike, cross the right, turn on Whiskey, that's 249. So 2021 Minneapolis, cover Charlie, cross frame 1 direct, you're right on Whiskey, cross frame 4.
This is Sun Country Flight 344, touching down from Orlando, Florida today. 737, 900 ER.
Right turn, going Whiskey, down point 9. Sun Country 3043, traffic will hold in position. Delta 1630, runway 17, line of way, traffic crossing downfield.
Street 44 Minneapolis ground for now, taxi Whiskey Delta.
Captain Mickey Mouse, good to see you today. This is Time Pod landing shortly from PWM. You might also have Independence 1 coming later tonight. Oh, really? Do we?
2580 Minneapolis ground, perspective discretion.
What time? Because we'll be on the air till about maybe 8:30 or 9 p.m. depending on how much available daylight we have to work with.
Tower, December 6.93, doing on 1 right.
Northern 5490 affirmative, only 1 direct to the land.
MSP Airport Aviation, happy Friday to you as well. Super delighted that you're able to join us today on this Friday, which has actually been quite nice weather-wise. Actually enjoying the mostly overcast conditions here at MSP.
United 1531, runway 17, taxi via Quebec, Mike, cross runway 22.
Even though it's 77 degrees, it doesn't necessarily feel quite like it. And of course the cloud cover is helping a bit.
Delta 3185, runway 17, line up await.
5 minutes.
So speaking of the heat, I just want to make everybody aware that next week, no show on Monday. We will have downright dangerous
Minneapolis Tower, the Embraer waits for
heat
you.
index conditions on Monday.
Contact to be Papa Charlie, hold short, over runway 13.
Yep,
And really throughout the week, it's going to be miserable. Hot, incredibly hot, incredibly humid. So we are about to get pummeled with the worst of the summer weather, the most extreme of the summer weather, which is typical for this
Do you know if the gate's open, by the way?
part of the country for this time of year, June into July.
Street 44, Roger. Company's leaving the gate now. Taxi via Delta. Via Delta.
So will we have live shows during this time? The answer to that is yes.
Time now is 29.
But it's ultimately going to depend on
5490, turn left, contact on point Hunter.
when the weather is not quite as extreme. And also we're going to be looking at doing morning shows. So we'll be doing more morning shows in order to avoid the excessive daytime heat.
Number 5490 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha Delta Quebec.
And mornings are not too bad, thankfully.
So 2612 Minneapolis ground, respect your discretion, runway 17.
Put back our discretion for 17, Delta 2612.
United 1531, monitor tower on 126.7.
Fire 267, United 1531.
Captain Mickey Mouse, thanks for the update. Says it's staying until 12:30 a.m. Central, but it's staying overnight. Okay, that's good. It's probably going to depart in the morning at some point. So I do want to point out that we got word that the Cardinals 777 could be out of town tomorrow, so we're going to be broadcasting tomorrow as well as today.
1531, Minneapolis Tower, touchdown, 5 mile final, Mike cross, turn 1 direction, right
So there is a possibility that if it departs late enough, we might get Independence 1 and possibly the Cardinals 777.
1749, runway 17, out of place.
All right, let's take another look at our Sun Country arrival. This one is from Jacksonville, Florida, flight 326 for Sun Country.
Delta Sun Country 395, turn right heading 215.
We also have the Sun Country retro livery that should be
215, I missed it. 215.
making a cameo as well.
First 1948, Minneapolis Tower, 1606, runway 12 right to the land. Delta 1749.
Here
runway
is
17,
United
Delta
1531 headed to Chicago O'Hare today with an A319.
Delta 2821, runway 17, monitor away. Delta 1531, you can be wheels up at 45 past the hour, time now is 31, so left a kilo 8, short a kilo.
Left a kilo 8, short a kilo, United 1531.
Skywest 4473, heading 140.
Rosalini 92, good to see you today. Happy Friday to you as well. Rosalini 92 says, "Hey Alex, happy Friday." A bunch of red tails and MSP Live emojis. I love it. Boy, like most of the days this week, it's just been a pleasant pleasant June afternoon.
Runway 12 left. Just wait for a CRJ to clear the runway at your tail. Once they do, runway 12 left, that could be a pop across runway 22.
UPS 5602, heavy Minneapolis, turn 12 right, clear the line, wind 1705.
Runway 12 right.
1749, heading 120, contact departure, good day.
That's in a weird way. I meant to say stay on Quebec until they see that all the way to December 5490. Have a good one.
Direct Charlie, cross runway 12 right, continue via Charlie Whiskey Delta, monitor ground off flight 9er.
That's Charlie, cross 1.
All right, let's take another look at our CRJ touching down.
Alpha Delta Quebec, monitor ground flight 9er.
This is SkyWest 4262 from Aberdeen.
Delta 2821, flight 140, contact departure, have a good day.
So we have one more arrival in front of it, but we'll have UPS coming in with A300. So 5602 comes to us from Louisville today. So in front of them, we're going to have Sun Country Flight 1948 from Charlotte, North Carolina. And there it is. So I've also noticed on Friday, MSP's gotten an extra A300 flight for UPS.
1885 Minneapolis ground, just wait for one undertow to clear your tail out of the east base, then push back your discretion, runway 17. The 2612, wait for a CRJ to pass on Delta, then runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short to runway 1 straight. Monster Tower, 126.7.
Taxi 40, turn right, taxi Whiskey Delta, monitor ground off point 9er.
All right, let's take another look at our Sun Country arrival from Charlotte before our UPS A300 touches down.
Wind 1504, 1 directed line.
Turn that 12 right, Southwest 360.
Pushing 48 Whiskey Delta, monitor ground point 9er.
Delta, monitor.
7. Put an Alpha if you still can, cross runway 4 at Mike, hold short of runway 12 right.
Straight ahead on Alpha cross 4 and Mike, short of 12 right, Delta 25.
So 2612, Monster Tower, 126.7.
There's a 27 Delta 2612.
Sun Country 499, heading 140, contact departure, good day.
So 1306, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short to runway 12 right. SkyWest 4262, taxi via Pop all the way to the gate now.
So 2580, taxi by Mike, cross runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey.
Mike cross 12 right, turn Whiskey down 25.
US 5602 heavy, turn right, contact ground point 9er.
5.9,
Delta 2612, Minneapolis Tower, amend your route, turn right at Alpha, cross runway 4 at Alpha 8, hold short of runway 12 right.
Enter amend the route right on Alpha, clear to cross 4. Hold short of 12 right at Alpha 8, Delta 2612.
Whiskey, Delta, Tango, clear to cross 22, yes.
2732.
So unfortunately, no mic taxi for our UPS A300, but that's all right. We'll have some more opportunities for mic taxis later on throughout the day today.
For the 1306, you released at 49. Time now 37. Monitor tower 126.7.
Lee Harris says hit the brakes a bit too hard, LOL. Yeah, those A300 pilots, they really like to slam on the brakes. And a good friend Lee checking in from Bloomington, Minnesota. So big that you're still kicking it back in B-Town, as they call it. So Bloomington is actually where I grew up, as a matter of fact. And our good friend Alan Lee, ATC, saying good evening from the northeast of England. Good evening to you, Alan.
1306, Minneapolis Tower on Charlie, cross 21 direction, right on Whiskey, cross 1.4.
1306, we're crossing 12 right at Charlie, then a right on Whiskey, we'll cross 4.
United 1531, when you're ready, turn right on Kilo, hold short on Kilo 10.
Right turn Kilo 10, 1531.
Southwest 364, turn right, taxi via Whiskey and Delta, monitor ground on point 9er.
Right. Monitor ground point 9er, Southwest 364.
Delta 1306, you're going to sequence behind the United Airbus at the end.
Delta 1306 behind a United Airbus at the end.
The Delta Boys 125 asks, is there an A330? Oh, don't you worry about that. You're going to get your A330 fixed today. We'll have plenty of A330 action coming up.
Sierra Kilo, cross runway 22. Function 1948, ground, what was the gate today? Function 1948, what's the gate?
1948, Sun Country, ground to 3 on point 9er.
It is Soviet Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short of 181 tray. Function 1948, ground, what's the gate today? Function 1948, left company clear on Charlie, then taxi up.
Delta Boys 125. Yes, we do have Discover here. They are going to be making their way out a little bit later this afternoon. Actually, we're coming up on their departure time here pretty soon at around 4.
Price of their on call sign. Sun Country 259, you released at 00. Pull into the 170 ice pad, monitor tower. He'll call you when it's time to go.
Alright, pull into the 170 ice pad, monitor tower, call time to go. We'll get you on that.
Range exit.
1885, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short of runway 1 tray.
Hold short of 1 2 right,
Super Tug 6, monitor tower 126.7.
2676.
And we've got Frontier coming in with the A320 Neo.
4000, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 6 Charlie, hold short.
And our Frontier A320 Neo is Chew the Pica livery. Chew has been in here quite a bit, actually. So welcome back, Chew.
2732 again at Mike, hold short of runway 1
So again, this flight comes to us from Dallas Fort Worth International. It's one of a few daily flights that Frontier is operating in and out of MSP.
Northwest 12, runway 17, turn left heading 140, cleared for takeoff.
Convoy 4000, going to change the route just slightly. So still turn right here at Charlie 6, but I'm going to have you cross runway 22, then join Mike and hold short of runway 1 tray.
Alright, Roger, Charlie 6, cross 22, left on Mike, hold short.
Number 49, you see the other side of the 1 left, 1 on the front.
Delta 2730. 6 Minneapolis, Charlie, cross 1 right, Canadian Charlie, control point 11, monitor ground point 9er.
Charlie, cross 1 2 right, Charlie, control point 11, monitor point 9, number 6.
United 1531, runway 17, monitor wait.
1711, United 1531.
Oscar 1429, turn left behind the Delta 75, contact ground on point hunter. Delta 2612, flighting 140, contact departure, good day. Delta 1306, short of kilo 8, please.
Oscar 1429, Minneapolis, contact TV Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
All right, everybody. So I gotta step off the camera here for a second and adjust a couple of things here. So it might be a moment here. So please stand by.
So 1306, you're going to sequence behind a company 737, please.
1449, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 and Charlie, hold short of runway 1 right.
17, Charlie 5, Charlie, short. You're right,
Oscar 1429, pass behind a 220, you'll see coming out of the alley at Charlie 5.
Pass behind a 220 coming out, Charlie 5, let's go.
Got 1 right on, Mike. Right on with us.
28, I closed out at 1885. 1885 at Charlie, cross turn 1 to right, turn right at Whiskey, cross to my 4.
Thanks, that's 1 to Charlie.
That's 1 right, that's it.
2825, turn left, contact drop point hunter.
Delta 2825, Minneapolis ground. You said Charlie 22, taxi Alpha, Delta Quebec. Taxi at Alpha, then Delta 22. Forecast 4063, Minneapolis ground, pushback is approved. Expect runway 17. Delta 703, Minneapolis ground, pushback approved. Runway 17. Right. You're saying left on kilo 8, not short of kilo.
Envoy 4000, yep, for now, left on kilo 8, just short of kilo, please.
That's a short of kilo, I'm going to put that.
At 1449, Minneapolis Tower on Charlie, cross turn 1, direct turn right on Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Charlie, cross with you right, right turn Whiskey, cross runway 4, Delta 1449.
25, runway 12 left, taxi via Delta, hold short of runway 12 right.
All right, everybody.
12 left, Delta, short 12 right, Sun Country 1925.
So actually, I just had to move my car over a parking space
757, will be your sequence.
and reestablish the internet for just a second.
Runway 17, taxi Alpha Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right. Delta 1456, Minneapolis ground, pushback is approved. Expect runway 17. Core 3817, Minneapolis ground, pushback approved, runway 12 left.
Wax Bro saying good morning from Melbourne, Australia. Hey, welcome to Minneapolis. Happy Friday. Hope you're having a wonderful end of the week. I know it's Saturday for you folks over there. Also, Katie Smith saying good afternoon. Hey, Katie. So great to have you on board with us today. Happy Friday. And, of course, our friend Lee saying good afternoon, Alex. Good afternoon, Lee. Thanks so much for tuning in today. Happy Friday. So if I haven't said it before, hi, everybody. Welcome to our show today. My name is Alex. I'm the executive producer. It's so great to have you with us on this beautiful Friday here in the month of June. Well, I'll tell you what, we're coming to the end of a pretty nice week weather-wise, and next week it's going to be a little hot. We're getting into the heat indexes of about maybe in the high 90s or above 100. And what that means is streaming is going to be a little wonky next week. So, but stay tuned. I'll be providing more updates on that, I guess, when we kind of progress through next week. But what is for certain is that there will not be a show on Monday. I'm going to try and do one Thursday morning as far as our streaming schedule is concerned.
Minneapolis Tower, you are next to go. Wind is 130 at 6. Turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Left heading 120, clear for takeoff. 17 update sir.
All right, so now that I think we're about
49,
good to go here.
Exiting, we'll pass behind you.
So looking ahead to later tonight, as I may have already pointed out, we'll have Air France with the 777. That A300 that we just saw come in, by the way, from Louisville, could be headed back out to Chicago O'Hare. I think I caught that flight before. Made a brief pit stop at MSP to drop off or pick up packages.
On the other side, Sun Country 1925.
So 2114 Minneapolis Tower, Charlie, cross runway 1 trade, activity Whiskey, cross runway 22.
Charlie, Tower 12 right, Whiskey, cross 22, Delta 2114.
That was 4032, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa.
Renato Capres. Hey, Renato, good to see you today. Renato saying happy Friday. I'm going to echo that right back at you. Happy Friday. Roslini 9 Sue says good afternoon, Alex. Hey, good afternoon. Thanks so much for tuning in. Good to see you again.
Once you see that Sun Country jet come out of the pad, taxi in front of you, follow them to runway 17.
Okay, Captain Mickey Mouse says California 1 is still here. Captain Mickey Mouse says, I don't know where it's going, but the thing that our managing producer Mike has said, it doesn't make sense for it to stay put here. You know, I'm not sure what's going on. It's still here, by the way. And in fact, I don't know. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. What do you guys think?
120, go to departure, 1885. Yeah. Okay, that's 2298, visual runway 12 right.
2298 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right. Cleared to land, wind is 140 at 8.
Clear to land, runway 12 right, 2298.
So there is California 1, and it has remained overnight.
Delta 1449.
So got it on Wednesday afternoon just before we went live to air, and it's been stuck at MSP stints. So they have the left rear door open, it looks like. Also the front left door, too.
Jet 720 Minneapolis ground, pushback approved, runway 12 left.
Looks like Southwest has a maintenance team deployed.
Runway 17, taxi Papa, Mike, cross runway 4, full short runway 12 right.
Poor California 1. So thankfully there is a remote pad on the north side of T2 where Southwest can kind of figure out and work on any issues they might need to address with the airframe that they're working on. So it's good to see that there's dedicated space for it. And thankfully it happened this week, because if this were to happen next week, whew, it would not be fun.
Coyote 415 Minneapolis.
Brandon Miller, 5555. Good to see you today. Hey, thanks so much for tuning in. This is new to your page, watching from Rochester, Minnesota. All right, I love the Rochester area. Glad you found MSP Live here today. We are going to be on the air till sundown.
Once you're established, heading 120, contact departure.
All right, so we'll let the maintenance crews and California 1B for the moment. I'm sure a lot of you are probably thinking, Alex, come on, let's get back to the action. All right.
Coyote 415, monitor tower.
And our good friend Cam is saying good afternoon, and we may have some flyovers today at MSP, actually. Japan Airlines 4 about to fly over with the A350-1000. Yeah, there's going to be some overflights today. And the skies have actually started to clear up here. I'm going to go zoom out to the super wide look. Yeah, we certainly got some room to catch some overflights.
County 415 Minneapolis Tower, you'll follow the CRJ down at Mike, please.
8 Foxtrot, contact ground point 8 when you're ready.
7703 Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross runway 1 trade.
Mike, cross one right over.
Number 4913 Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 1 trade. See the Lear follows.
Alright, we'll cross in 1-2 right at Mike, and with the 17, Endeavor 49.
2298, turn left, join Alpha, kind of ground point 9er.
All right, let's take another look at United touchdown with A319. We've seen quite a few A319 ops for United in and out of MSP. Typically, we see a lot more 737s, but I'll tell you what, I love my Airbus aircraft.
Ground United 2298, vacating 12 rated.
A319, always a solid choice.
8, Alpha 5, United 2298, Minneapolis, contact the Alpha Delta, Quebec. Alpha Delta, Quebec.
And a good friend and channel member, Shad, saying hello, Alex, and hello, Chad. Hey, Shad, happy Friday. Good to see you as always. Boy, we having a fantastic weather day across the state here. I know in the Twin Cities metro area. Temperatures in the upper 70s, but a nice cool breeze.
2114, turn right, heading 215, kind of departure.
No high winds today, unlike Wednesday. But boy, is today just perfect. We have just had a picturesque week for weather here in the Twin Cities. I mean, minus some of the high wind days, but overall super pleasant summer weather. Tomorrow, Minnesota's going to turn that on its head. And our atmospherics are going to get a lot, and I mean a lot, hotter. A lot more hot.
Sun Country 107.
This is about the most interesting painted Learjet I think I've ever seen. How cool is this?
17, Sun Country 107.
I don't know about you, but I kind of like the look of this BizJet here.
Delta
Super good
heavy
catch.
Minneapolis ground. Pushback is approved. Expect runway 12 right.
Approved. We'll expect 12 right. Delta 1.
Delta 1. If you have you to see Scottish by the dash 8 that pushed off of Golf 1 behind you.
We'll let the truck driver know. Thanks. Downward push.
Encore 3817, runway 12 left, taxi Bravo Delta Papa, cross runway 4.
Bravo Delta Papa,
Information Fox Sierra, now current altimeter 3001.
Number 4913, you'll be next, turn 17, line of the way, 17 Rider.
Alright, so line 17, number 49.
Jazz 720, traffic from your left will be giving way to you, monitor ground 20.
And everybody, we're about halfway there to our first 200 likes of the broadcast. If you're enjoying today's show, make sure to hit that thumbs up button if you are loving the live plane spotting views, sounds, and vibes from Minneapolis, St. Paul. So big thanks to everybody that's hit that like button today. Thanks so much for checking us out if you're new here.
Gas 4063, your sequence will be
So
Sun
we
Country.
try and go live about a few days a week.
Sun Country, Gas 463.
Envoy 4000, your sequence will be behind an E170 that you'll see on Whiskey.
Alright, Roger will be
And the days that we typically try and go live are the more interesting days here at MSP. So we have a bigger concentration of international traffic that, or just traffic overall that's a little bit more interesting than what you'd possibly find during other days of the week. So Discover would be a good case.
Pushback approved, runway 17.
Discover Monday, Wednesday, and Friday here at MSP is the normal schedule with the A330-300. And then, of course, you got KLM about 5 days a week, which is Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's a huge uptick in frequency from when they started the season out with just 3 days a week, Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday. Airbus A, so good to see you again. Happy Friday to you as well. Airbus A saying, happy Friday, everyone. Long live the A319. How many does Delta currently have in its fleet? That's actually a good question, and I'm actually going to go look that up right now. Also, Delta 160 now pushing back for Amsterdam with the big A350. We will see Delta's flagship jet get airborne here in the next several minutes.
Endeavor 4913, turn right heading 215, now departure. Coyote 415, fly runway heading, runway 17, cleared for takeoff. Delta 1456, runway 17, line up and wait, 150 at 8.
Runway 17, line up and wait, 714.
Gas 3709 Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 12 right, taxi whiskey.
All right, so after doing a little bit of digging, Airbus Ace, I actually have an exact number for you. According to the record, there are a total of 55 Airbus A319s in service for Delta Airlines. All of those 55 are ex-Northwest Airlines aircraft.
259, runway 17, line up and wait.
Oh, here's a sweet ride. The Dash 8 Q400 is now on the move, headed to the north side for a departure off runway 12 left. It's headed to Regina, Saskatchewan. It's a daily WestJet Encore service.
215, contact departure.
215 departure, good day, Cody 415.
It's becoming harder and harder
Taxi Alpha, cross runway 4.
to catch these airplanes out in the wild at major U.S. metropolitan airports.
Country 259, turn left heading 140, runway 17.
So some of you might be asking the question, why is WestJet here? Well, WestJet actually has a code share program with Delta, and there's been a lot of market demand for the routes that WestJet has started in and out of MSP, and they've been pretty strongly maintained. WestJet's a cool airline, and it's so great that we have WestJet service here at MSP. I'm sure that it annoys Air Canada because it's competition in a market that Air Canada does not see a whole lot of traffic in, but Air Canada's starting to put a little bit more metal in the market. We've got A220s from Toronto and Montreal now.
Gas 4063, fly runway heading, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
All right, Delta 160 Heavy
Runway 4000
is now on the move.
Wait about 2 minutes, then I can let you roll.
Roger, 17, line up and wait.
So Delta 160 Heavy is the first of 3 Amsterdam departures today for Delta with the big wide bodies. We'll see Delta 162, the second of the 3 departing later on in the show tonight. So during the spring and summer months and part of the early fall, Delta has a total of 3 nonstop services between the Twin Cities and Amsterdam. So the early flights, 160 and 161, are operated with the A350-900 during the warmer months of the year. And the other 2 are operated with either the A330-300 or the A330-900neo. So in the late fall and through the winter, there is a slight reduction to the frequency of daily flights to and from Amsterdam Delta operates, going down from 3 daily to 2 daily arrivals and departures. So 160, 162, 161, and 163 are maintained year-round. 164 and 165 are the 3rd additional flights that are added to Delta's schedule. And of course, you got KLM operating that route as well. There's significant demand between Minneapolis and Amsterdam.
Gas 4063, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
Delta 997, ILS 12 right, Kansas.
9970 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, winds 180 at 9er, runway 12 right, cleared to land.
Land runway 12 right, Delta 997 Heavy.
Envoy 4000, turn left heading 140, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
9970 is actually a ferry flight.
Goes 3709, runway 17.
Inbound from Atlanta.
180 at 9er.
It's an A330-900 Neo. Did not have that on my bingo card today.
Runway 17, taxi Bravo, Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right.
That's 188 Foxtrot, your signal to Sun Country.
So how cool is that, everybody? We're going to get some more Delta Heavy action today. Bonus A330 ops.
Delta 2113 Minneapolis Tower, traffic's 5 mile final at Mike, cross runway 1 right, taxi.
At Mike, cross 12 right, right turn whiskey, Delta 2113.
Delta 2285, monitor tower 126.7.
Alright, tower 22.
Zip.
So this particular flight
Sun Country 107, runway 17, line of await, 180 at 9er.
is showing Atlanta to Minneapolis, the 9910 from MSP to London. So that's actually today. So MSP just might be a technical stop for them. Estimated departure at around 6:16 p.m. Oh, nice.
Envoy 4000, flighting 140, contact departure.
140 departure, 140.
So Delta will sometimes need to do this.
Sun Country 107, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Kmsp 188 Foxtrot, runway 17, line up and wait, winds 180 at 8. Gus 3709, once you're established heading 120, contact departure.
Wow, look at that. Well, these clouds are giving us quite the interesting backdrop for arrivals today.
So 160 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, flying up and wait, traffic will cross down the field, the wind is 160 at 8.
Line of await 12 right, Delta 160 heavy.
.2285 Minneapolis Tower, traffic holding in position at Charlie, cross runway 1 right, taxi to South runway 22. Sun Country 107, turn right heading 215, connect departure.
808, runway 12 left, taxi Papa, cross runway 4.
2113, runway 17, line up away, it was 160 at 8. Delta 9970 Heavy, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground on point 9er.
Join Alpha, switch ground point 9er, Delta 9970 Heavy. Tower, get Delta 2521, visual 12 right. Delta 9970 Heavy, Minneapolis ground, taxi departing via Alpha Delta.
So 2113, turn left heading 120, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
Tower Delta 2521, visual 12 right.
2521 Minneapolis Tower, wind is 180 at 9er, caution weak turbulence, traffic departing heavy Airbus runway 12 right, clear to land.
Caution wake turbulence, copy that, clear to land 12 right, Delta 25, 21.
That was 188 Foxtrot, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
Runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right. Minneapolis, ground push approved.
Departure on the 105 heading, Delta 160 heavy.
Delta 165 heavy, with your visual 12 right.
Delta 165 heavy, Minneapolis Tower, wind is 1809er, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Little land, 12 right, Delta 165 heavy.
Delta 2113 on the 120 heading, contact departure.
All right, and just like that, Delta 165, our third and final arrival for the day from Amsterdam, is clear to land on the south parallel.
1023, monitor tower 126.7.
So we do have one more arrival in front of our departing A350. So it's not quite a three-peat of heavies on the south parallel. But of course, super fun nonetheless. Sean, good to see you today. This is TGIF, everybody. TGIF to you as well.
Delta Kilo 3, hold short, runway 17.
Delta Kilo 3, short 17,
Beechjet 4240 Kilo, Minneapolis ground, runway 1. Did you like the right today? G40 Kilo, runway 12 right, taxi to Whiskey, cross runway 4.
1023 Minneapolis Tower, Mike cross, runway 12 right, continue via Mike and Tango.
Mike cross, 12 right, maybe 1020, and we're parking west side.
Oh, sorry about that. Runway G1023, continue via Sierra November, hold short of runway 17.
Alright, no worries. Mike clear, November, hold short, runway 17, 50, 1020. Thank you.
Taxi to Papa, cross runway 4.
Background, Panada.
Background, point 9, Delta 25.
All right, everybody. Delta 165 is now departing, or arriving at on the south parallel runway. Let's take a look at our A220 arrival. There she is. There's Delta 165 Heavy. And our good friend Nate Lindemann, one of our 2-year or older YouTube members, one of our senior MSP Airport Live members, checking in saying, good afternoon, Alex. Good afternoon, Nate. Nate says, I've got some friends returning home today on Delta 299 from Rome. Thank you for the heads up. We will certainly make an effort to catch 299. We can't miss it. So we will have the arrival for you today.
So 2285 on the 120 heading, contact departure today.
Holy root beer float. That was a long float for Delta 165 Heavy before touchdown. I thought for a split second they were going to go around. Look at this.
Kilo 3 cross runway 17, continue via Lima, cross the approach end of runway 4.
Wow. That's quite the float.
Level 165 heavy, left turn, contact ground point on it.
Heavy.
Wow.
Football 15 Heavy, Minneapolis ground, test departing via Alpha.
Wow, that's something else. It's about the longest A330 float that I've ever seen. And of course, I'm going to take another look at this. Holy cow! And the Gonigal says, big float. How's the wind? There's not a whole lot of wind out. So I don't know. Maybe they flared a little bit too much. This kind of looked like my landing in the A320 flight sim that I got to check out at Flight Sim Expo about a couple of weeks ago. Big float.
Transcontinental 717, Minneapolis ground, runway 17, taxi across runway 4.
So I'll tell you what, that arrival is unquestionably going in our runway recap for later tonight. Holy smokes.
Transcontinental 717 and Sierra is current. Number 4923, Minneapolis ground, runway 17, taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
Sean says, I'm at the Loon Cafe in downtown St. Paul having a frosty beverage. Well, that sounds super fun. Sherway says, super flare.
Charlie 5, Charlie short, 12 right, slowing 17.
And John Porter says, he's surprised that the... I got a mosquito attacking my face here as I'm trying to read the message. Sorry about that. Was surprised that starting the reverse thrust early did not cause the nose gear to slam down. So they certainly have the A330 under control, but
Ocean 539 Minneapolis ground.
A little bit of a float. And of course, they have the aerodynamic braking at the very end, too.
Short delay will follow traffic off the parallel.
So Tony DeCurlin's good to see you today, Tony. Since that front wheel stayed airborne for a while. So what they were doing is, in order to prevent excessive wear on the brake pads, what they'll do is they'll use the airframe to sort of aerodynamically brake into the wind, which is a technique that a lot of pilots do. Creative Capture, so good to see you today. Yes, we do need a root beer float emoji. We need an A221 as well. So with extended downtime in the early part of next week, I'll be working on some of those things in the back shop. Haven't got a chance to get to any side content or updates for the channel this past week just because it's been so busy. And then, of course, doing the shows. But that is something that is on my short list. And our good friend Anthony saying hello from downtown St. Paul.
SkyWest 4080.
Delta 165, awesome. I know that landing was super floaty.
Shed 4 Sierra Kilo, turn left heading 105.
JJ Bean says, what's the best ATC? It's a good question. So there's an app that's called the ATC app that's pretty good that I've heard a lot of people say good things about. Live ATC, I guess, used to be that. I'm not super amused with the quality. But, in fact, actually, if you have the AirNav app, you can get flight tracking and airband radio if you pay for the basic subscription, which is like a few dollars a month. That's the best ATC airband app that I think that I've used. That does not cost an arm and a leg like some of the other apps that are coming out now with good ATC. So AirNav is certainly worth checking out. So Katie asks, how long are the runways? I think that would be a good time to get into it in a little bit more detail, because I certainly would love to answer the question.
57 Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross runway 12, I'm sorry, Charlie, cross runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey, cross runway 4.
So I think that's what we're going to do.
Turn right on Whiskey, cross runway 4, runway 17 American, 4187.
So today we're in what's called a mixed south flow, so Katie, to answer your question, the runway that we're currently spotting is about 10,000 feet long by 200 feet wide. The seldom used crosswind runway 422 is just a little bit over 11,000 feet, making it the longest here at MSP. Besides runway 12 right and 30 left, aka the south parallel, all runway widths are the same, pretty standard, 150 feet wide for runway 1735. Primarily used for the departures. That runway is about 8,000 feet in length. Runway 12 left, 30 right is just a couple hundred feet over 8,000 on the north side of the airport. So we'll see a lot of the north side arrivals in addition to the south side arrivals today. Both parallels handling all arriving traffic and departures on 17, runway 12 right and runway 12 left.
Sun 717, Minneapolis Tower, turn left, heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
JT Bean, you're welcome. Been kind of lazy getting to the ops charts during the show, just because either A, there's been a lot of action going on, or I've had to step off camera for some behind-the-scenes matters that need attention. Umi Boomy, good to see you today. So happy Friday to you, by the way. Hope your week is going okay to this point. Ready for the weekend? Anyway, Umi Boomy says, kind of disappointed Turkish is still not at MSP yet, eh? Yeah, I think a lot of people are disappointed around here that Turkish was a little bit too opportunistic in their announcement and did not follow through. Now, I know that Turkish, they've had to make some reductions to their North American route network.
4236, turn right.
Yes, I do agree. It's been a while since Turkish made the initial announcement. Disappointing that, in all likelihood, they're probably not going to ever be here, but who knows? That might change.
Endeavor 4923, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
276, runway 17, taxi at Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
75 Charlie, and we'll hold short of 12 right for Delta 1476.
Citation 803 Sierra Delta Minneapolis Tower, winds 150 at 8, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Delta 1476, Bonner Tower, 126.7.
2670, over good one.
Roger.
All right, let's take another look at our A321 Neo touching down from LAX. This is flight 413.
2157, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 17, 130, American 21.
And look who I see down at the end of Concourse G. We've got Discover under the call sign Ocean 539 Heavy, now pushed back. So they are almost ready to get out of here to Frankfurt, Germany this afternoon. JJ615, good to see you today. Says, when is the Popsicle Bus making its return to Minneapolis, St. Paul? I'm unsure, actually. I hope it comes back.
Then contact departure.
I'm going to be going to Oshkosh today, and I will see the Popsicle Bus up close, so we're going to get a lot of high-quality footage for you when that airplane makes it into Oshkosh early in the week this year. I'm so excited that that airframe is visiting the world's best and biggest air show. So other than the last time we caught it coming in, Popsicle Bus, to my knowledge, has not been in at MSP anytime within the
4923, contact departure,
recent past. I'm hoping that'll change, though.
On the 120 heading contact departure today.
Departure American 121, 2962, taxi with 0.
Southwest 1962, runway 1.
JJ 615. Hope you enjoy that show, Alex. Yeah, I'm hoping to enjoy it as well, JJ.
Kilo, cross runway 4.
So I'm curious, you know, now that we're on the topic of Oshkosh, oh, brother. Now I can't stop thinking about it. Who here is going to Oshkosh this year? I'm interested to see how many of our live audience is going to Oshkosh. It's going to be super fun this year. Got the British Red Arrows. That's one of the big headline acts throughout the week. We've got Delta bringing the Popsicle Bus A350 early in the week. Super Guppy will also be at Oshkosh, so if you missed the last chance to catch the Super Guppy at Oshkosh back in 2023, now's the chance to do it. And we'll also get the Medal of Honor A321 for American Airlines, Independence 1 for Southwest. We'll also be there, too, at Bowling Plaza.
1913 Minneapolis.
Also have the C5M Super Galaxy as well. I'm excited about the C5. I love the C5. Such a behemoth. I've been inside the belly of the beast, and I'll tell you what, the C5 is nothing short of an engineering marvel.
Turn right on Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Charlie, cross the 12 right turn. Whiskey will cross runway 4 for Delta 1476.
So the last time I was at Oshkosh, I actually got the tour inside of the C5M Super Galaxy. I mean, the size is just jaw-dropping. I think that when anyone goes next to that aircraft and they look up and see how tall it is, it's just staggering.
GPS 5602, Minneapolis, Skyfish, approved, runway 17.
Push approved for 170.
RC Labs to see what Oshkosh. All right, RC Labs is going to Oshkosh this year. How fun. So we are standing in the MSP Dog Park, watching landings, listening to you. Emery and Mitch. Good to have you on board. Emery and Mitch. You know what? I'm going to see if I can see you guys over at the dog park, because we have line of sight. Let's see if we can spot the spotters here. So the dog park is on this side of the airport. I don't think so. It's kind of hard to see, but that's super cool. Yeah, the dog park is actually a pretty cool spot to go to, I know, in the mornings when we have a south flow and a mixed south flow like we do today. So we're going to try and get over to the dog park on a few mornings for some shows, weather permitting, of course. And Ken Weinchen, I think that's how you pronounce your name. Thanks so much for tuning in. Since maybe they'll even have the original 717 there, or commonly a KC-135. Actually, I think the KC-135 is scheduled to do some demos at Oshkosh. Also maybe on display at Bowling Plaza. I have to go back and look at the seminar notes from the EAA. But we'll have the C-17 there. We'll have the C-130s. I'm also excited to see the whirlybirds at Bowling Plaza. Some of the helicopters on display.
Ocean 539, shall we push your tower?
Ocean 539er heavy, affirmative. Under tower 126.7.
Tyler Eichhoff. Hope that's on.
67 Ocean.
Or I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Good to see you today, Tyler. Tyler's just curious. Does anyone know when and what commercial planes are going to be at Oshkosh this year? Yeah, we can go over it again here if you're just tuning in. We were just talking about that, actually. So Delta is going to be in early in the week. So between Monday and Wednesday, Delta will be in with the Team USA Cortina A350. Southwest will also be in with Independence 1. American with the Medal of Honor A321 on Thursday, I believe. And then we'll also have the Arizona Cardinals Gridiron Air 777, or one of the Gridiron Air 777s, attending the air show this year. I think it's either a Monday or a Tuesday for Gridiron. Dream Spinner 3MN. Great to know that you're enjoying the views from the cameras. This is actually not an interchangeable lens camera. This is actually a
Southwest 2962, fly runway heading.
professional broadcast camcorder. It's part of the Panasonic X series. Panasonic makes some pretty good video gear.
Line up away.
Ocean 539 heavy, line up runway 1 to right.
Delta 1476, contact departure.
All right, we'll take another look at our ex-Northwest Airlines Delta A320 touchdown on the South Parallel runway.
Join Alpha, contact ground
So
one.
this flight is inbound from Austin, Texas, Delta Flight 2062.
Ground down to 2062, on an Alpha for Fox 1.
2062, may I have to departure via Alpha Delta.
Alpha Delta.
Southwest 2962, turn left, heading 140, contact departure. Ocean 539 heavy, turn left, heading 105, runway 12 right, cleared for takeoff.
Heading 105, that's clear for takeoff, runway 1 to right, Ocean 539 heavy, right.
UPS 6230, runway 17, taxi via Tango, you can cut the pad Kilo to runway 17.
Alright, Tango, cut the corner over to Kilo and 17, UPS 6202 heavy. Minneapolis Tower, Delta 2819, RNAV for 1 direct.
Delta 2819, Minneapolis Tower, good afternoon. Caution wake turbos, departing heavy Airbus, wind 140 at 7, runway 12 right, clear for launch. Ocean 539 heavy, contact departure, good day.
Ocean 539 heavy, over to departure, bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye, Discover. Have a wonderful flight to Germany today.
What? I'm looking at airplanes live.
Tower Delta 1224 with you 10 miles.
There you go, MSP Airport Aviation. It's got those disco balls ready. We had our disco bus depart. Hey, Potato 12. Thanks so much for tuning in today. Happy Friday. Good to see you. Hey, Potato 12 says, hey, is the crowd busy where you are? Never been plane spotting there, so I'm curious. It is busy today, but there's several parking spaces available. So I would say it's safe if you want to come down here and do some plane spotting at the viewing area. Go for it.
Hey, grab up 2971 ready, thanks, Sierra.
So what I'm going to do here...
Delta, Sierra.
All right, we're going to show the viewing area. So this is what the current look is behind the scenes at one of the premier plane spotting destinations across the country. Yeah, we also have quite a few families here today as well that are partaking in the sights and sounds of aviation here at the viewing area. It's been a pretty popular destination with the general public.
Tail and then your push is approved.
Alright, wait for southwest, pass the tail, and then push approved.
PS 5602, heavy Minneapolis Tower, Roger, runway 17, line up and wait for the time to O'Hare. Got about 3 minutes before I can roll you. .2208 Minneapolis Tower, wind 150 at 11, runway 12 right, clear to land.
We're watching you on YouTube. Right now with my wife. Hey, thanks, Alex. Hey, Alex, nice to meet you.
Hi.
Yeah, thanks so much for tuning in.
Yeah.
It's a great day out.
Yeah, it's really nice. So when is the big one coming? Is the Paris one coming?
Yeah, so I think around 6 o'clock is coming. It's going to be super good.
Nice.
So 2819, we have to ground, take straight in park.
Park Delta.
Yeah, I just love being out here. It's actually doing pretty good for a Friday, so.
Yeah.
So are you connected to
4266 Minneapolis Tower, wind 150 at 11, runway 12 left, clear to land.
So the nice thing about this here is that you can, I think they're about 150 on Amazon, but this is the Uniden Bearcat. Pretty common scanner to have, pretty easy to set up, and it just works. It takes a couple AA batteries, and pick up all the air bands. So programming is actually pretty simple on this thing, but yeah, this allows us to hear your tower, your ground, and really kind of which is important.
23, your position B at Delta Charlie, spot 11.
Telling the story as well, because if it weren't for the scanner, we probably would not have a really good idea of what's going on or even why this aircraft is doing that. So.
Turn left, join Alpha, and contact ground point honor.
Turn Alpha, ground point actual.
Get the background music. You're watching this one. Yeah.
Tower, 2415, the visual 12 right.
4415 Minneapolis Tower, wind 150 at 9, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Land 12 right, Delta 2415.
Delta 162 heavy, they're Minneapolis ground, they're parking Golf 10 after they park, push is approved, runway 12 right.
Yeah, kind of rest against this thing right here.
Okay, you should put
Delta 152 Heavy, wants to one past your tail, that's tail now. Push is free, runway 12 right.
Runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Riding a bicycle, right? Yeah, so I've had a few people. Actually, some other live streamers that I'm good friends with out in LA Flights. So yeah, go follow LA Flights on YouTube as well. So they were kind of. So there's a lot of plane spotters that kind of get up on the ladder.
Continue down to Alpha 3, turn left there, join Alpha, and contact ground point 9.
3 Alpha, ground point 9, see you, Delta 22.
PS 5602 heavy, fly heading 140, contact departure today. West 2971, Minneapolis Tower, caution, wake turbulence for the previous departed heavy Airbus, runway 17, line of point.
Charlie 1.
Delta 120, we have contact departing the Alpha, short of Alpha 4 for the pushback.
Delta 20.
All right. So we also have a super chat that we're going to bring up here. So this person's actually standing right next to me, and it's Sherry, right?
Yeah.
So Sherry sending us a $2 super chat. Thanks, Sherry. So there we go. Sherry enjoyed the broadcast. And, well, if you want to come on the broadcast and say hi, feel free to do so. There's an extra headset. But it's always up to you. So are you enjoying the viewing area today?
Oh, yes.
She says, oh, yes. All right, so you said your mother-in-law is from the Philippines. She's watching here today and enjoying it as well? Okay, awesome. Well, cool.
Clear for takeoff.
That's super awesome. You know, it's great to meet people just kind of from all around and just to see how much they're interested in MSP spotting, because we have a special spot here at MSP. Now, I know it's no Los Angeles, but we have some real cool views, so it's great to know that we have a pretty diverse audience out there that just loves to interact with the planes up close and enjoy the show. So that means a lot to me and everybody watching, so that's super cool.
Runway 12 right, clear to land.
Yes, we have 4 total. This is the South Carolina, it's one right 30 left. So this runway is actually the busiest at MSP. And the South Carolina runway is about 200 feet wide by 10,000 feet long. 757 coming in. It's a nice aircraft.
Taxi, pop it to your gate and monitor ground point honor. 2415, can you make Alpha 5? 2415, 2 left turns, contact ground point honor. Southwest 2971, contact departure today.
Out of the corner on Alpha 105.
Delta 1415, we have contact departing the Alpha Delta.
Got Delta 152 pushing here for Paris. Oh, here we go. So you got that 330 down there, that's pushing for Paris.
Yeah, I heard that. And then you wrote it down too, right?
Yeah, so that's using flight track.
2895 Minneapolis Tower, wind 130.11, runway 12 left, clear to land.
Number 5331, Minneapolis Tower, runway 17, taxi, pop the line, drop, runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
130 and 10, runway 12 right, clear to land.
And 12 right, break down, 4425.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to get into aviation photography, it's a lot of fun. So yeah. Oh yeah, I mean,
I think the most I've ever spent for a long time.
4714, runway 17, text Minneapolis ground, runway 17, text via pop-up mic, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
Nikon? Yeah, Nikon has some pretty decent cameras. I know that they're really starting to go toe-to-toe with Sony as well. Some of their newer stuff is interesting.
Get on there. That paper. Get on this.
Yeah, there's some good Nikon telephoto lasers, but yeah.
Oh, look at that.
757.
Delta 2272, sorry for the early call, but if you can, keep that speed up to Alpha 3. Turn left there, then contact ground point hunter.
Speed up to Alpha 3 and then ground point 9. We're going to make the left turn off. So 272.
The first photos is nice because you don't have to worry about all the rigging.
Benji, you should have seen that one, his coverage on that one. Zoomed in and put all the way over there. Yeah.
Delta 162,
So maybe 630.
Delta 152, if you runway 12 right, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Cross 4, 128, Delta 162.
Delta 2208, behind heavy company bus ahead, taxi departing via Alpha Delta, Quebec.
About a 400 mil.
Behind compass, Alpha Delta, Quebec, Delta 0.
Like that, you should get a little bit more reach, which will make it good. The 6700 is actually a really good camera for.
Delta 2272, may have strand, taxi departing via Bravo.
I would always take photos with full frame if I would.
And ground for Delta 1. Unable to enter 13500 today.
Delta 150, I'll be roger.
Yeah. Yep, and also for, yep, and I also record internally the raw footage on the camera as well, simultaneously off there. Also is a nice.
Keep with the Americans to make
Turn left at Alpha 4, turn left on Alpha behind the 73, and contact ground point hunter.
Break down 4425.
2912 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1308, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Endeavor 5331, give way to the heavy bus on Alpha and then monitor tower 126.7. Endeavor 4714, monitor tower 126.7. Secure first 425, Minneapolis ground, taxi departing the Alpha Delta. That's 4331, Minneapolis ground, runway 12 west, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4, join Pop behind Delta 220 exiting. Delta 2895, Minneapolis ground, taxi departing via Papa.
Endeavor 5331 Minneapolis Tower, keep the speed up, traffic 3 out, cross runway 12 right at Mike, turn right on Whiskey.
Okay, proceed up, cross 12 right on Mike, right on Whiskey, that's 5331.
Number 4714 Minneapolis Tower, amend your instructions, continue via Alpha 8, hold short of runway 12 right.
Alpha 8, hold short of 12 right, clear for deployment.
Number 406 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 1.5 miles. Final traffic will hold in position. Caution light turbulence departing heavy air above. Wind 130 at 10. Runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear land.
So 2895, turning after 73 on Quebec.
For 73, traffic will cross downfield, runway 12 right, line of point.
Correct, line of point, Delta 162.
Awesome. Oh, look at that. 3 on 1.
For 4714, turn left at Alpha 8, cross runway 12 right, center right turn on Whiskey.
Hey, left turn on Alpha 8, cross 12 right, right front.
4714, traffic fall into position. The 2912, turn left, join Alpha, contact Ralph 100.
Turn Alpha, down, Delta 2912.
This takeoff's going to be nice and loud too. This is the...
Turn Delta 2912, Alpha going to Delta.
Delta 2912, Minneapolis ground, test reversing the Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha, Delta 2912.
152 heavy, turn left heading 105, runway 12 right, cleared for takeoff.
Back 105, 12 right, clear for takeoff, Delta 162.
Endeavor 5331, runway 17, turn left heading 120, cleared for takeoff.
And now the roll to Paris, Delta 152.
150 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1309.
Taking off on the south
right,
parallel, runway 12 right.
Push through runway 17.
Push 17, Frontier 3223.
Where is he gonna go up there? 45,000.
152 heavy, if you can, take that runway heading for me for just a little while.
Okay, maintain runway heading, Delta 162.
G1323, Minneapolis ground, runway 17.
Delta 152. Airborne for Paris.
Runway 17, clear for takeoff.
And it's with X Northwest Airlines medal.
November 422, Charlie, Papa Minneapolis Tower, wind 1308, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Land 12 right.
And coming in behind, Delta 152, arriving from San Diego, Sun Country 406.
105 and contact departure, good flight.
Heading 105, departure, Delta 2 heavy.
Endeavor 5331 on the 120 heading contact departure, good day. Country 406, join Whiskey and contact ground point honor.
Alright, join Whiskey and ground point 9, Sun Country 406.
And checking in on our next cargo, heavy arrival UPS 5568, heavy from Louisville. Coming in from the south today. Looking for a 1-2 right arrival, and it'll be touching down in approximately 30 minutes. And also touching down in around 30 minutes as well. 31 to be exact, Delta 170 from Seoul with the big A350-900. That'll also be a featured highlight for today. And holy cow, there is quite the inbound flood of arrivals. It's going to be making their way into MSP here in the next several minutes. There is a huge stream of arrivals being vectored in towards MSP from the east.
67 Minneapolis ground, pursuit runway 12 left.
So there's going to be a lot of action coming up here at MSP Airport Live. It's going to be non-stop arrivals here for the next 30 minutes, I would imagine.
Del 2981, Minneapolis Tower, 1140 at 10, runway 12 right, clear to land. 12 right, clear to land, Delta 1323 for now, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
And of course, we're going to get some of our super chats as well. Matty Erickson, a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Matty. Love seeing those A300s. Kind of growing on me. Yeah, I know. It's kind of an underrated classic, if you ask me. Super fun. So thanks so much for the $2 super chat, Matty. And also Dream Spinner 3 Hey, thanks so much for becoming a Turbo Prop member. So it's our most basic membership if you want to support MSP Live. And also get a fun interactive stream experience with it. Get a lot of fun custom emojis to use. And we're expanding and curating that collection every week. So it's about $3 a month to help keep the lights on here at MSP Live. Also, a huge thank you to our existing members as well for your continued support of MSP Live. It means so much to me and all the wonderful people that I have been fortunate enough to do this project with.
Okay, reference to approach on Echo 6 and clear to approach
E1323, turn left now heading 090. So aircraft Rebel Golf departure Tango now, current altimeters 3000. November 2 Charlie Fox, turn right at Whiskey 5, cascade signature, good day.
Right, Western Whiskey 5 to finish, have a good day.
This is Private Owner flying in from Charlotte Douglas International Airport today with a Bombardier Challenger 350.
3686, man, taxi parking via Papa.
And behind that we'll get Delta 2981 from Atlanta.
1323, contact departure.
But I'm more curious to catch the, we're more interested in catching the north side arrival on 12 left from Seattle, Alaska Flight 509.
Tier 3223 taxi.
Tier 3223, left turn out, taxi runway 17 via Tango, cross runway 4, Yankee Kilo.
At 17 Tango cross 4 Yankee Kilo, front to Tier 32.
Alaska 510, ground.
It was good reference, Echo 6, just pulled up the jet, just pulled up the nose.
United 1367, just confirm I got the right full time with the foot. Okay, thank you. Alaska 510, that's the first set of Echo 10, your foot in back behind you there in the Echo Gate area. Referencing your push still approved for runway 12 left.
Ground point 9.
All right, our next arrival coming in. This one on the north side, runway 12 left. Delta 1127 from Boston.
Alpha 7 for Charlie 10.
For 981, may have contact departing via Alpha Delta Quebec.
Alpha Delta Quebec, Delta
2528 Minneapolis Tower with 1508, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Course complete, 23. Say again? Course complete, 23. 23, your position via Delta Charlie. Delta Charlie, 23. At 1367, runway 12 west, actually a pop across runway 4.
12 left, your pop across runway 4, United 1367.
So 4981, give way to United, coming out of Echo 10, ahead to your right.
Alright, give way to United from Echo 10, Delta 2981.
Super smooth touchdown from our Delta inbound flight from Boston. Let's go check out some Terminal 2 action. We got the Sun Country Retro livery on the left-hand side of your screen. Named in honor of Sun Country founder Jim Olson. This livery is what Sun Country would have put on their aircraft in the 1990s. The 727s and DC-10s wore this exact paint scheme. Now that Sun Country Retro is one of the best flying out there.
1127 Minneapolis, going to take via Papa.
It's a very sporty looking livery. And I also feel like this livery could live in just about any decade. So it's one of the liveries out of the 1990s that actually aged quite rather well. Mike Stellix says, hello from La Crosse, Wisconsin. Good to see you today, Mike. Happy Friday. And a good friend, Optimistic Mountain Landscape. Good to see you today. Optimistic Mountain Landscape saying, hi, Alex, and everyone. 105 degrees today. Yeesh.
Guys, 44, 62.
All I got to say to that is stay cool.
Good afternoon, Delta 2400, visual 12 right. Delta 2400, Minneapolis Tower, wind 1508, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 12 right, Delta 2400.
Frontier 3223, Minneapolis Tower, turn left heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Traffic via Papa.
Join Alpha, contact ground 100.
All right, let's take another look at Delta 2528 coming to us from San Antonio, Texas. Behind them, our next arrival will be Delta 2400 from Fort Myers, Southwest Florida International Airport. Boy, just another smooth A220 landing.
Delta 2528, Minneapolis, contact the Alpha Delta Quebec. Alpha Quebec 27.
2678 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1508, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land, Delta 2678.
2400, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground point honor.
Left going Alpha ground point.
Yeah, there's another smooth textbook touchdown. This is Alaska Flight 509. Saw it come in on the north side just minutes ago. They are apparently waiting for their gate space to open up. Because I think Flight 510, which is pushing back out of the gate that Spirit used to occupy at Econ Course.
Full short of runway 12 right and give way to
I think they may be occupying the space where 509 is due to arrive. So hopefully Flight 509 will not have to wait for too much longer. Seems that gate spaces come at such a premium this summer.
Temperature 3223, contact departure.
So looking ahead to the next hour, we'll have Air France 088 Heavy coming in with a 777, the 777-200ER. We'll be making an arrival in about an hour and 3 minutes. So they're running fairly on time today, which is good to see.
2463 Minneapolis Tower, good afternoon.
Papa
Wind
Oscar,
1308,
the registration suffix for the 777 that we're going to be seeing arrive into MSP today, got the assignment again. And I think it was Papa Oscar that we saw last Wednesday. And that was about the gnarliest sounding 777 takeoff I've ever heard. So we'll have some GE90 magic coming up towards the back half of our program tonight. That's worth sticking around for. And the arrival as well, they'll be vectored in on 12 right, which is in front of us. So if you hear 12 right, it's in front of us. So if you are just tuning in, welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport for some fantastic live plane spotting today on MSP Airport Live. It's a really great weather day across the state of Minnesota. Temperatures are in the upper 70s, but we have quite a bit of cloud cover that is in abundance today. It's bringing quite the relief from the sunshine, heating up the surrounding landscape. It's going to be brutal next week. So we're going to do our best to enjoy all of the wonderful weather today, tomorrow, and even a little bit of Sunday until the dangerous heat rolls around.
Alaska 510, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4. 12 left via Papa, cross runway 4.
So MSP Airport Aviation asking a question. So I am looking for a camera for spotting into the $100 range. What do you think is best? Well, for spotting, probably not going to find something in the $100 range, but since cameras and optics are quite expensive, you're going to need something with a pretty good telephoto zoom. Depends on also what you want to capture as well, videos or photos. And our friend Gordon saying Papa Oscar perhaps got a bath since the last appearance. We'll wait and see. All right, so let's go ahead and snatch up the next arrival coming in on the south parallel runway. So it'll be Delta Flight 2463 coming in from Charleston.
Delta 2678, join Alpha, contact ground point honor. Alpha, over to ground point 9, Delta 2678. Delta 2678, Minneapolis, contact the Alpha, Delta, Quebec. Alpha. Endeavor 4782, Minneapolis ground pushback approved for runway 12 left. Delta 1028, Minneapolis ground pushback approved, runway 17.
Pushback approved for 17, Delta 1028.
Sun Country 3033, Minneapolis ground pushback approved, runway 17. Delta 1853, Minneapolis contact via hop. 2463, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground point honor. Clear ground point honor.
All right, so here's another look at our ex-Northwest Delta A320 touching down from Charleston.
2463 is clearing at Alpha 4, going to Charlie.
Flight time today, just under 2 hours and 40 minutes, 2 hours and 37 minutes to be exact, from Charleston. And Daniel Palmieri, good afternoon to you as well. Daniel Palmieri saying good afternoon from Dusseldorf. Great to have you back, Daniel. Happy Friday to you. So Friday's been very well paced as far as the action goes. Probably not as of an exciting start to our show today as on Wednesday. But today's been a decent weather day. And we've had nonstop arrivals on the parallel runways today.
Delta 1555 behind the American exiting, runway 17, taxi Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold for runway 12 right.
21, 12 right.
Delta 2121, Minneapolis Tower, wind 1508, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land, Delta 21.
Sky 3538, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground point honor. Got 4462, Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey.
Manny Heber, 9011. Thanks for the kudos on the quality. I try and keep it fairly high fidelity. But yeah, glad to know that you're enjoying the quality and enjoying the action from Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport today. So great to have you on. Happy Friday, by the way, if I haven't said it. Hope your week is going well. We have a great show today. We've already had a good start. KLM opened things up. And we had Discover depart with A330, Delta with A350, and also Delta with an A330 last hour. And coming up in less than an hour, we'll have Air France with the 777 come in from Paris. UPS from Louisville, 5568 Heavy with the 767 is also due inbound. And Delta 170 with A350 from Seoul will also be making an appearance as well in less than 30 minutes. So we have a lot more action coming your way, especially with the wide-body aircraft on MSP Live.
Delta 2203, turn in behind your company, Airbus 9 Quebec.
All right, everybody, we are halfway to our first 300 likes of the broadcast. If you are enjoying today's show, make sure to hit that thumbs up button. If you are enjoying the Friday plane spotting here from Minneapolis and the show as well. Big thanks to everybody that's already hit the thumbs up button today. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for the support.
Delta 737 exiting runway 12 left.
See if we can get to 300 likes before UPS comes in with a 767 or Delta with a 350 from Seoul.
Blue Streak 5637 as they turn left to Charlie 6, pass ground to CRJ. 2121, turn left, join
Also,
Alpha,
Shamrock.
contact
Aer Lingus coming in from Dublin, Shamrock 989, with an A321 XLR is going to be due in here in the next few minutes. It's on final approach, about 2 minutes out from touching down on the north parallel, runway 12 left.
That's 4462, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
That was 2460, runway 17, and clear for takeoff, and you said heading.
Scott's 4462, turn left heading 120.
Clear for takeoff, 17.
All right, coming in on our side of the south parallel, our next arrival, Delta 1533 from Chicago O'Hare with the A220.
Sun Country 3033, runway 17, taxi via Lima. Line 5120, Minneapolis ground, pushback approved, runway 12 left. Right, turn around on whiskey.
Cruise drive 12 right, and then turn right on whiskey.
Runway 12 right, turn around on whiskey, then cross 104.
Right across 12 right, right on whiskey, then cross forward.
Alpha 1533, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground 100. That's on Alpha, South 1638, Minneapolis Tower, 3.5 behind an Airbus, wind 150 at 7, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, right, up. Delta
1533, Minneapolis ground, taxi Alpha, Delta Quebec.
Alpha, Delta Quebec.
23, Minneapolis ground, pushback is approved.
Pushback approved, 23.
There we go, Shamrock 989 now safely touched down at MSP, and it'll head to Concourse E. So they will head for their gate in the alley. And next up to land on runway 12 right, United 732, touching down from Denver.
Sunny 3, reposition via Delta, Kilo 3, ultra runway
732, turn left, contact point negative. Negative, United 732.
All right, our next inbound arrival is Southwest 1638, also coming in from Denver, trailing our United flight.
1036, runway 17, taxi Alpha Charlie, hold short runway 12 right.
United 732, right, going echo 10.
At 732, Minneapolis.
And Jamie Shaletta, good to see you today.
Alpha Delta Quebec, United 732.
Jamie saying howdy from hot Texas. 94, feels like 104.
Verify your gate number and taxi via Papa Charlie, Charlie 6. Thank you.
So Jamie also says 22 more days and can't wait for reasonable temps. So I wish I could join you in that, Jamie, next week, but it is going to be a blast furnace for the upper Midwest. We have a lot of corn sweat that's adding to our atmospherics as well from some of the plain states. Sort of adding to the already hot atmospherics. And that moisture is going to aid in supercell or severe thunderstorm development if any storms take root within the areas where storm ingredients and conditions are favorable for producing strong thunderstorms. So Monday through Wednesday, we will certainly be on. Certainly be watching the weather.
1555, come off heading 120, Romeo 17, clear for takeoff. Romeo 17, line of way.
All right, here's UPS 55 at 68 Heavy, coming in from Louisville, Kentucky with a 767 300 ERF.
3033, contact departure, good day.
Line 5120, the United Oscar left. Good way to you. Delta 1036, monitor tower 126.7.
All right, let's take a look at our UPS arrival from Louisville touching down. Hopefully we'll get a mic taxi.
55, contact departure, good day. It's 5516 Heavy, Whiskey, Delta, Tango, cross runway 4, and monitor point on, good day.
Whiskey, Delta, Tango, cross.
Whiskey, Delta, Tango. Ah, darn it. No mic taxi for today, but it's all right. Wow, but a smooth touchdown, by the way, as we'll also check out on instant replay. Well done. So our 767 should be popping out from right to left on your screen. So this brick building just to the right is obscuring it from view. And in the meantime, while we'll wait, we'll catch our next arrival.
For 2696 minutes, tower may want to for land wind 1408. 1028, contact departure, good day. 1036, may have tower traffic on a 3-mile funnel at Charlie, cross runway 13, and Whiskey and cross runway 4. Cross 12 right at Charlie, runway 1208, 10 miles contact point, I get it.
Delta 1208, Minneapolis, contact straight.
And Optimistic Mountain Landscape says that max velocity says that the upper Midwest is supposed to warm up its storms early next week. So I also saw the same report that you did, Optimistic Mountain Landscape, from Max Velocity. Enjoy watching his breaking weather coverage when I can. Does a good job. So yeah, it's definitely going to be another active week for stormy weather here in the upper Midwest. And some other meteorologists have been giving their takes on the severe weather and tornado potential for the rest of this year. And it looks like the upper Midwest, especially southern Minnesota, northern Iowa, the risk is certainly increased, especially with the atmospheric conditions that will unfold next week, presumably. So in any event, make sure you stay sky aware and have a weather safety plan.
Never 4906 Minneapolis, contact the Alpha Delta Quebec.
Heavy Minneapolis Tower, winds 150 at 8, runway 12 right, so it's clear to west.
Clear to land up 117.
Jamie says we're having Sahara dust starting tomorrow for a few days there down in Texas. Ugh.
4295 Minneapolis.
Yeah, I don't think that I would like to deal with that, but best of luck. So I know that you guys are just getting hammered with some brutally hot temperatures. Now, of course, it's supposed to be that way for this time of year, but my goodness.
Delta 2696 Minneapolis, contact the Alpha.
And second in line for arrival here on the South Parallel, Delta 170 Heavy with the A350-900. And that aircraft will be making a touchdown here in the next couple of minutes. It's our daily inbound arrival with the 350 from Seoul, South Korea.
Alpha 2462, turn left, contact 49, have a good day. 6.9, good day, 24.
Diego Tundra, good to see you today. Happy Friday. Welcome to Minneapolis. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday. Thanks for spending a little bit with us here at MSP's aircraft viewing area. It's been a wonderful day for plane spotting up here in the North Star State. And Monster Truck Hunter, good to see you today. Happy Friday. John F. Snyder, good to see you today, John. Happy Friday to you as well. John says only 93 in Central Texas, but the feels like temperature is horrible. I can more than relate. Summers up here in Minnesota are just downright brutal as well, especially next week. So we're going to be getting similar temperatures to what you guys are experiencing down in Texas. And of course, you couple that with the humidity as well. It's going to be nasty up here.
Southwest 2832 Minneapolis, contact the Papa Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right.
right, let's take a look at Delta 170 touching down from Seoul. Wow, nice and smooth touchdown to boot as well.
170 heavy, turn off unable, contact ground on point 9. Have a good day.
Delta 170 heavy, Minneapolis, contact the Alpha.
7 Minneapolis Tower, wind 140, a 9er, runway 1 straight to the line.
12 right, clear to land, together 3957. Charlie, Charlie 6. Southwest 2832, monitor tower 126.7.
Prime 3170, happy Friday to you as well. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's been a great day here at MSP Airport so far. 170 heavy just arrived from Seoul with A350 for Delta. And in under an hour, we'll have Air France coming in with a 777-200ER.
3595, Minneapolis Tower, runway 1 straight to the line, wind 140 at 8. Turn left at Alpha 5 if you can do it, otherwise I'll need you to hustle down to 3. Alpha 1513, roger, no delay, traffic a mile and a half on you, left on Alpha 3 and ground on point 9.
So there's Delta 170 heavy making their way over to Concourse G on the south side of Terminal 1.
I'll be right back. Of 2936, Tower 150 runway 1 straight to the line.
Raptor Claw, good to see you today. Happy Friday. Raptor Claw asks, will Delta be operating their A350-1000 aircraft at MSP once they start receiving them early next year? That is unknown. I know the A350-1000 is for the Atlanta to Johannesburg jumps and also some of the Australia routes in the Delta network, to my knowledge at this point. Just making a good guess. Do I think we're going to take delivery of some A350-1000s? Possibly.
2832, Minneapolis Tower, 7 3 mile funnel, cross runway 1 straight at Charlie, hang over to the gate. Southwest 2 right at Charlie, hang over to the gate.
I'll tell you what, I would love to see some A350-1000 routes out of MSP Airport.
Okay, 3967, they wait for you, ground on point 9, have a good day.
Ground point 9, have a good day, 3967.
3081 Minneapolis.
Raptor Claw also says, I wonder if they will operate the 787-10 out of MSP once they receive those as well. Possibly. It would be really nice to actually get the 787-10 out of MSP, as well as the A350-1000s, but we'll see if that actually happens. I doubt it. Call me a pessimist, but there's been a lot of things that have been slated to happen here that just have never seen the light of day or never materialized. One of those examples being Turkish Airlines starting service to the Twin Cities that never came.
3861 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa.
Cover 4167, visual 12 right.
That's 4167, Minneapolis Tower, hello, winds 150 at 8, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land, cover 4167.
So if you're just tuning in, welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport, everybody. Hi, my name is Alex. I'm executive producer of MSP Airport Live. So great to have you with us on what has really turned out to be a phenomenal Friday for plane spotting here in the Twin Cities. The cloud cover has kept a lot of the oppressive daytime heat down a bit, so it's actually really nice to be outside. There's also a slight breeze as well, which has cooled things down as well, despite the temperature being around 77 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, we're going to enjoy the weather today. Tomorrow is also supposed to be exceptionally nice. Sunday, that's when we start to see the ramp up in temperatures. And in fact, what I will do is I will bring up our weather outlook.
95, Minneapolis, Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
So Monday, it's expected to get up to 97 Fahrenheit, heat index in excess of 100 degrees, well in excess of 100, about around 110. And if you're left outside for extended periods of time, that could be deadly. So please make sure that you are staying safe and you have plans to keep cool. And take plenty of water breaks if you are doing activities outside. Get in the shade quite a bit if you need to be outside on Monday. Things start to gradually cool down. And I know on Wednesday it's going to be around 86. Thursday around 87. Now it's going to be more difficult to have pinpoint accuracy further out we get into the forecast, but the next few days are fairly accurate. And Monday's conditions are just shaping up to be beyond brutal for this time of year. So anyway, it's probably the Minnesota way of saying, hey, welcome to July, everybody. And in addition to all the corn sweat, here's all the brutally hot temperatures. And our good friend Marcus tuning in. Hey, Marcus, good to see you today. Marcus says, I think the best time is to be at night. I wish we did night spotting here, but the facilities where we can spot from public at MSP are closed during the nighttime or are not accessible. So there's also not a lot of nighttime activity as well that would support doing a show. But the morning is being considered because the temperatures are going to be obviously much less severe in the morning hours leading up to midday. We would get done about midday and get out of that midday heat. So that's kind of the tentative plan for what we're looking like things are going to shape up to be here within the next several weeks. So next week, because of that hot weather, there's probably not going to be a show on Monday or Tuesday. Wednesday, it's going to be a little bit trickier. I have stuff going on in the mornings. Possibly Tuesday or Thursday morning, rather. So possibly Thursday morning, maybe a Friday morning as well. We'll just have to see. So there will be a stretch where we will not be on air for a little while, but we will be back. Or at least we'll be live at a different time during the day. So, it's going to be one of those things where it's just going to have to be a weather-dependent sort of thing. We're going to play it by ear. And also make sure that you're subscribed so you don't miss the notification for when we do go live to air next week.
4167 to the left, cut the ground, 0.9. Have a good day.
Ken Murphy, good to see you today. Ken says Monday here is going to be 101 degrees. Okay, that's Optimistic Mountain landscape. I clicked on the wrong one. My bad. Ken says, hey guys. Hey Ken, good to see you today. Raptor Claus says you guys should try a new angle sometime, possibly on top of the parking garage. So here is the deal with the parking garage. The internet over there is not good at all. It's pretty bad. And, you know, as much as we would like to do it, there are some technical things that really don't make it the best idea to do so. So we're not going to probably explore that option. We are going to think about doing a new location that we are able to do is the dog park. Now, it's going to be only when we have a mixed south flow, so we have departures on 17 and also arrivals on 12 right. So we'll see more of runway 17 from that angle. It's really only feasible in the morning just because of where the lighting is. It's backlit the rest of the day. Except if it's overcast, then, you know, any time of the day is fair game. But it's a nice, quiet spot. It's a cool spot to watch rivals come in on runway 12 right. So there's a couple logistical things that we're currently in the process of working out with that. So, and the fact is, we don't really do a lot of morning shows, which is why we haven't gone over there. But with the hot weather coming up, and if there is a big south flow, we'll try and do one from the dog park, because that's a really cool spot. It's kind of like our version of LAX economy plane spotting, if you guys know where that's at. Optimistic Mountain Landscape asks, how early does the viewing area open? So the viewing area is open from dawn to dusk. So depending on when sunrise is, I usually like to get here at about sunrise, which is the earliest I'll show up, which is really early in the morning. And I'm talking super early in the morning.
Delta 1435, runway 17 taxi. Bravo Charlie, hold for runway 12 right. Delta 2130 behind you, Airbus 3.
All right, the Flying Pencil making its entrance into Minneapolis St. Paul International for Delta Airlines. This is flight 673 coming to us from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. So it's 1 out of 16 X Northwest 757 300s, the Delta rosters, was part of the DC 1040 replacement program.
Delta 673, Minneapolis, contact the Alpha Delta. Alpha Delta,
Raptor Claw, certainly an idea we can explore.
1435, monitor tower.
We have a wonderful relationship with the Metropolitan Airports Commission, and so we'll see if we're able to do something special. It's on my list of things to do. Now, there's also a lot of interesting stuff that's taking place in the back shop as well as far as production planning goes, which may or may not include airshow coverage. So we will keep you posted on that as well, because it's that time of year where there's a bunch of air shows popping up. There's some really cool air shows here in the state of Minnesota.
Turn 68, run Papa, contact point 9er. Have a good day.
Sunny 3, Minneapolis ground, pushback approved.
Pushback approved, Sunny 3.
At 1068, Minneapolis ground, taxi Papa Charlie, Charlie 6.
Raptor Claw. So here is the good news. We are going to be doing Oshkosh, but the bad news is we're not going to be streaming at Oshkosh. So the streaming rights are all within EAA's court. The Experimental Aircraft Association has a far more capable broadcast team than I can produce myself, and they will be handling all of the live work. So there will be no live streams from Oshkosh. We will get a lot of footage from the flight line as much as Logan and I can. So it is confirmed Logan and I are going to Oshkosh this year, and it's going to be a fun year at Oshkosh. So we will be covering the Oshkosh Air Show, just not live, but we'll have a lot of awesome footage from it as well. Logan and I are going to absolutely
Delta Kilo 3, hold short runway 17.
capture everything that we can from our visit.
73, Marlin Tower, 123.67.
123.67, Sunny 3.
All right, let's take another look at our Delta inbound arrival from Dallas-Fort Worth, flight 2900 with the next Northwest A320.
Alpha 2900, Minneapolis ground, taxi Alpha.
Delta 1435, 1150 at 6, turn left 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Delta 2130, Minneapolis Tower, winds 150 at 6, turn left.
So optimistic mountain landscape with regard to the heat wave that we're going to be experiencing here in the upper Midwest. And just in general this summer, saying everyone be careful in the heat. Drink plenty of fluids and be inside if you can. I will echo that. And take frequent breaks if you need to be outside for anything. So if you're just tuning in, welcome to MSP International Airport here on this fantastic Friday for plane spotting in the heart of Minnesota's aviation mecca. Alex Redding with you as usual. And today we are getting a really nice front row seat. Just some plane spotting with some pretty tolerable, in fact, quite preferable summer temperatures and conditions. And it's been mostly cloudy today, as you can probably see. It's been a little bit muggy outside, but far from what we're going to be experiencing next week.
Kilo 3, during Lima, cross runway 4.
Mark is saying July is a makeup of no extremely hot weather, 100%. Yeah, you pretty much nailed it right on the head, Marcus.
Have a good night.
Our weather up here likes to do that. The weather likes to tease us with maybe a good, solid week of nice weather, and then the next 2 weeks are just a pendulum of back and forth, nasty, hot, humid weather, and then maybe it's rainy and stormy the next day. The atmospherics up here in Minnesota are some of the wildest in the nation. And, of course, because we're so far from any large body of water, a.k.a. the oceans, that regulate temperature.
637, Minneapolis ground, pushback approved, runway 17.
Weather up here is just such a big wild card. Kmsp says, looking forward to your highlight reel from Oshkosh during future live streams, or is that a wishful thinking? Well, we're going to have highlight reels from Oshkosh. That's something you can pretty much all but guarantee. Logan and I, we're bringing our our camera gear out to Oshkosh. We're going to be on the flight line. We are going this year to the world's greatest air spectacle. So we're going to capture the British Red Arrows. We're going to capture Gridiron Air with the 777-200ER X-Delta. Delta's A350-900 in the Team USA Cortina livery, a.k.a. Popsicle Bus. Southwest with Independence 1 will be making a stop. The Medal of Honor A321 for American Airlines will also be attending. And there's going to be so much more action than that. We'll have F-22 Raptor demos. We'll be touring Boeing Plaza. We'll get up close and personal with a Super Guppy from NASA. This year is just loaded with goodies at Oshkosh. David Gutierrez Albedo says, hey, Alex, where is Iceland Air? And Alex, Iceland Air is coming closer to MSP Airport. Thanks for the heads up. That's right. We do have Iceland Air tonight. So Iceland Air is approaching the North Shore of Minnesota. They're about 39 minutes out. We are also getting pretty close to the arrival of Air France with the 777-200ER. In fact, they're approximately about 21 minutes away. So we're going to make that notable flight announcement here for Air France 088 Heavy coming in from Paris with the 777.
Brickyard 4465, Minneapolis ground, pushback approved, expect runway 17 traffic, just pushed off of Echo 16 out the left.
So another interesting background item is California 1 that arrived early Wednesday afternoon and has since been unable to depart MSP. Probably a maintenance issue that Southwest is working on with this aircraft. So they were supposed to leave on Wednesday, but they never got out of here. So poor California 1 has been sitting on one of the remote pads on the north side of T2. And you can also see the progress of the new north expansion of the Humphrey Terminal as well in the background.
2489, we have Starlines 1406, runway 1 trick to Clear.
So the new Terminal 2 expansion is going to add about a couple more gates. And Terminal 2 right now is at critical mass. The gate spaces available are few and far between during the congested times of day. So apparently we're getting some sprinkles here. So ultralight precipitation starting to fall across the airfield. It actually feels kind of nice.
Super Duck 6, Minneapolis ground, pushback approved. Push approved, Super 6.
Turn right, taxi via Whiskey, you can stay with me.
Right turn via Whiskey with you, exit at 905.
All right, so they will head over to Signature.
Monitor tower 126.7.
So another interesting aircraft that is also here is the Sun Country 1990s retro livery.
Brickyard 4465, release them 03 to 06, runway 17.
So there it is, at Gate Hotel 8.
Charlie, full throat, runway 12 right. Alright, runway 17, Charlie. 6, Charlie, short of 12, right, release 98, 006 Brickyard, 44 Super 6, ready for tow. Super Tech 6, tow Alpha Charlie.
Air France 088 Heavy, less than 20 minutes away. Actually, less than 15 minutes away from arrival here to Minneapolis. Quiet person, good to see you today. Some scary-looking clouds near, but nothing on radar. That's okay. Nothing wrong with some pop-up sprinkles, right?
Super Tug 6, I'm on your hold short plane. I get Delta. Hold short, roll my 12 right at Delta.
Yeah, a few sprinkles didn't hurt nobody.
Hold short 12 right. Super Tug. Super Tug 6, monitor tower 126.7. 26.7, Super 6. Brickyard 4465, may see a Delta under tow off your left. There'll be no factor. Monitor tower 126.7. Alright, we'll look up the Delta and 26.7. Good day.
If you got it, cross 4. Brickyard 4465, Minneapolis cross runway 1 straight at Charlie, join whiskey cross runway 4.
All right, let's take a little look at our Delta arrival touching down from Vancouver. Or Calgary, beg your pardon. YYC.
Delta cross runway 1 straight, and then Western Charlie.
Thought it said YVR for just a second.
Delta cross 12 right, left on Charlie to control point 11, monitor point 9, Super 6. Skywest 4301, Minneapolis ground, runway 1 left, actually be a Papa cross, runway 4.
7, runway 1 right, clear to land.
Oh, look at that. We got a 3-for-1 here. So the CRJ leading the pack is flight 5637 for PSA Airlines for American Eagle, CRJ 900LR. So we're going to Reagan National Airport this afternoon. Behind them, Brickyard at 4465, the call sign for Republic. Outbound to Chicago O'Hare with an E175.
Minneapolis tower winds 150 at 7, runway 12 right, to the left.
Daniel Melby, good to see you today, Daniel. And in reference to our Sun Country retro livery, says it's the Retro Pod. Love it. I don't think it's what it's actually called, but that's a fun name for it. The Retro Pod.
130, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Heading of 130, clear for takeoff on runway 17, please. 37. Pursuit 4465, got about 3 minutes so I can get you going.
Sounds good, Pursuit 4465.
Dallas 4233, Minneapolis ground, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa Cross, runway 4.
Well, we said something once. So yell at us some more.
We're going to take another look at our arrival out of Santa Ana, California, Delta 2061, touching down with the Airbus A220-100. And our next arrival on the south parallel runway behind them, looking at Delta 2654, straight out of Atlanta.
Delta 2061, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha.
37.
All right, and here is our flight inbound from Atlanta. And we are almost halfway to 400 likes. If you are enjoying the stream today, make sure to hit the thumbs up button. Easiest way to support the channel. Also, if you're enjoying the action today as well, make sure to hit that thumbs up. And a big thanks to everybody that has hit the thumbs up button today and is currently tuned into our wonderful Friday installment of live airport spotting from MSP.
Left one able, ground point 9, have a good day.
I'll tell you what, that arrival, the pilot in command of the landing of our 757-200 was certainly showing off. That is a smooth touchdown. That's probably the smoothest landing we've seen all day.
13088,
Wow. My word.
Delta 2654, Minneapolis ground, taxi Alpha Delta. Alpha.
Runway 17, clear for takeoff.
140, runway 176, runway yard 4465.
I would never be able to hear you.
Delta 730, Minneapolis ground, pushback approved, runway 17.
So our inbound flight from Atlanta is wasting no time getting to the gate.
Target Air France 88 Heavy on visual approach 1 to right.
Air France 088 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, winds 1307, runway 12 right for the line.
1 to right, still surrender from 088 Heavy.
Okay, 44,
All right, Air France clear to land on the south parallel runway 12 right with the big 777.
Okay, when you guys land, if you guys happen to have any damage, can you just give us a call?
Absolutely.
Thanks, have a good day.
Can we tell on the radar?
Wait a sec. Winds 120 at 8.
Airport and plane spotting VR says hello from Mexico. Nice streaming. Well, hey, great to have you on board today. Welcome to Minneapolis. So glad you could join us on a fantastic Friday here in the great state of Minnesota. Air France is about to touch down, and they are coming in from Paris. It's a daily flight with the 777 200ER. All right, and in front of Air France, it'll be Delta 914 from LAX, the 757. I've actually flown this particular route before with a 757-300.
Travel for Minneapolis Park, Washington, turbulence, Gear 7 and trail of a heavy 777, winds 106, runway 10 at the left.
And a little bit of a smoky stop, too, for the 757-300 out of LAX. This is one of 16X Northwest 757-300s on the Delta Airlines roster. And this particular aircraft, number 582, November Whiskey.
Heavy rudder, expect 12 right. Go through.
All right, everybody, here comes the big one. Air France 088 Heavy now arriving from Paris with a mighty 777-200.
So 2560 man scout, through runway 17. So 2489, they're pushing for me gate, I'll get you in once they're out of the west. Minneapolis departure information, uniform clear, altimeter 3000.
Air France 088 Heavy, turn left, contact ground point enter.
Left ground point enter from 88. Thank you.
First time good. Yep, 17 close.
Tower from grounder from 088 Heavy, Alpha 5.
Air France 088 Heavy, Minneapolis Transit, departing via Alpha.
Via Alpha to the parking from 88.
clear runway 17, taxi Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right. Delta 377,
All right, let's take another look at Air France 088 Heavy touching down from Paris Charles de Gaulle with a 777-200. And our Delta Ferry flight with an A330neo that we saw arrive earlier today from Atlanta is now on its way out to London as flight 9910 Heavy.
Delta 730, 17.
Which 504, turn right, taxi via Whiskey Delta, monitor ground point 9 error.
Whiskey Delta,
Delta 730 Minneapolis Tower, traffic still 5 mile final. At Charlie, cross runway 12 right, turn right at Whiskey, cross runway 4.
At Charlie, cross 12 right, right on Whiskey, cross 422, Delta 730.
Country 504, Whiskey Charlie, Charlie, 1 to your gate.
Yeah, listen to that. The number 2 engine now starting up on our A330-900.
3 mass ground, push through runway 17.
push through 17, Southwest 2963.
Airport and plane spotting VR, you're welcome.
2560, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Alpha Charlie, hold short 12 right, 2560 on the way to 17.
Sun Country 2504, you boarded the Delta. Country 504, from the you're just going to the Delta, straight ahead. Alaska 1434, may have ground, push through, runway 12 west.
Okay, push 12 west, 1434.
2489, you gave the Bravo.
Here's Delta 730 passing through the frame, headed to Albuquerque, New Mexico. All right, let's go ahead and catch our next arrival here on the South Parallel, coming in from Boise, Idaho. Delta 2982.
707, thank you.
Sub 2516, Monitor Tower, 126.7. Delta 9910, heavy after company 73 on the left, runway 12 right, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4.
All right, let's have another look at our arrival from Boise again. All right, Delta 9910 Heavy. Looks like they are ready for the taxi.
Cross 12 right, join Whiskey, cross forward, 2560.
Alpha, Delta, hold short of Charlie 5, they're pushed from your gate.
Taxi via Alpha, Delta, hold short 25, Delta.
Drive 467, Minneapolis, Sam, I get you moving in a moment. I got the one push and then one inbound to the alley.
Yeah, 467.
Up 2982, get rid of the heavy bus ahead. You can join Bravo to get around them.
Go away to heavy Airbus and get down off Delta 22.
Got 4299, Minneapolis, Sam, push through, runway 12 west.
Ground Southwest 2963, taxi with uniform.
Southwest 2963, runway 17, taxi via Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4.
Delta Sierra Kilo, to runway 17, cross 4, Southwest.
Delta 377, taxi to cross. Delta 377, runway 12 left, taxi via Delta Papa, cross runway 4. Delta Papa, cross 4, 12 left, 377. So 29 to 82 after the 75 exiting the alley, continue in. Also 75 out of the alley.
All right, 9910. Slowly but surely down the move.
We have ground push through runway 12 left. So 2607, which gator yet?
K Flint 15, a good evening to you as well. Happy Friday. K Flint saying good evening and great stream from DSM. That'd be Des Moines, Iowa. Good to see you today, K Flint 15. So we started the show off with KLM right at the beginning. We had Discover, we had Delta with the 350 to Amsterdam. We are currently waiting for Delta 9910, which is in view. They are headed to London Heathrow. So this is a ferry flight for Delta. So we saw this A330 come in earlier from Atlanta. Made a quick technical stop here at MSP. And in continuation to its journey over to the UK. So we've had the arrival of UPS 5568 and 5602. 767 and A300 respectively. Then, of course, we had Delta 170 also come in from Seoul with the A350, and then Air France 088 with the 777-200ER. And we also have Delta 299 Heavy inbound from Rome, Italy tonight as well. So they are currently in the vicinity of Duluth, which is upstate, so they should not be too far out. Maybe about an hour.
Minneapolis, start with 13089, around 12 right to the land.
Daniel Melby asks, 9910 ferry flight equals empty. Yep. So the 9000 series flight numbers for Delta can indicate a couple things, maybe an extra section or a ferry flight, but 90% of the time it's going to be a ferry flight or repositioning flight. So on these particular flights, there's no paying passengers. Of course, there could be extra Delta crew on board maybe as well that'll hitch a ride on some of these ferry flights as well. You just don't know. So I would imagine this is going to be one light A330 departure from Minneapolis today.
2560, turn right, heading 215, 215, contact departure.
Heading 215, over departure to 2560.
All right, Airplane Chuck says 9910 is an extra section to makeup flight tonight. Okay, thanks for the heads up. Yeah, because I knew it was a ferry flight or a possible makeup or extra section. And our friend Don Rumsey throwing in the A330 emojis as well. Hey, Don. Happy Friday to you. Let's see the A330 emojis, everybody. Come on. We got to cheer the A330 out of town. So that'll be for all of our YouTube members. Got to see the 330 emojis, everybody. Let's do it.
Southwest 993, Minneapolis Tower, 17, turn up any 120, clear for takeoff.
Via Alpha Delta.
There you go, our friend Track JJ throwing up the A330 emojis. Gordon! Love to see the A330 emojis. And Mike Hawker, it's good to see you today. This is Rocket Launch coming with our flight currently in view, Delta 9910. Track JJ, thanks for the heads up. Letting us know that Delta 258 Heavy with the A330-200 has its transponder on. And they will be flying direct to Dublin tonight. It's a daily flight during the warmer months of the year.
Minneapolis, power runway 12 right for line up weight.
5.12 right, Delta 9910.
Airplane Chuck, thanks for the update. Airplane Chuck doing a little bit of R&D, saying Sunday at 14:30. The A330-900 will ferry to Atlanta. Interesting, okay. Creative Captures, good to see you today. Throwing up the A330 emojis. Getting hyped for our big bus departure out of town.
Southwest 2974, Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 17, companies inbound to Hotel 13, don't block that.
Push approved, and runway 17, don't block, 13, Southwest 2974.
So 2278, Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 12 left. Southwest 3791, Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 17. Southwest 762, Minneapolis ground push approved, runway 12 left.
Southwest 2963, heading 120, contact departure, good day.
Via Papa, cross runway 4.
So 9910 Heavy, heading 100, contact departure, good day.
Heading 100 up to departure. Good day, Delta 9910 Heavy.
So Airplane Chuck, you look to be spot on with the flight that we just saw depart be an extra section because they certainly look loaded. Bye-bye, Delta 9910 Heavy. Have a great flight to London tonight. It's not the only flight that will be departing to London out of MSP. Of course, Delta 10, which will leave close to midnight. Well, after our stream is over and done with, they will be our next departure to Britain. All right, everybody, we're about 30 likes away from the big of 400 likes. So if you're enjoying today's show, make sure to hit that thumbs up button. Big thanks to everybody that has already done so. It is enjoying the wonderful sights and sounds of aviation today here from Minneapolis, St. Paul. So great to be with you on this Friday evening.
467, runway 12 left, taxi via Delta Papa, cross runway 4.
Southwest 2974, taxi.
Southwest 2974, runway 17, taxi via Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4.
17 Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4, Southwest 2974.
2278, runway 12 west, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4.
All right, our next arrival coming in from Reykjavik. Iceland Air 657 with the 737 MAX 8. They're going to be touching down on the north parallel, runway 12 left.
Minneapolis ground, push through, runway 12 right.
I'm also going to check on the status of our next inbound heavy arrival. And that flight will be Delta 299 heavy inbound from Rome, Italy tonight with an A330 900EO inbound in 20 minutes. So we're 20 minutes away from Delta 299 making a touchdown on runway 12 right.
23 Minneapolis ground, push through. And it's 283 Minneapolis ground, push through, runway 17. So 2087 Minneapolis ground, push through, runway 17.
1838 Minneapolis Tower, 1309, runway 1 direct to land.
Land 12 right, Delta.
That's 3791, runway 17, taxi Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
Ground 23, push complete for Delta.
23, proceed via Delta Charlie.
Delta Charlie 23.
So there we go, Iceland Air 657 with a nice touchdown on the north parallel, 12 left.
Now 467, go to tower, 123.95.
Now at Minneapolis.
So 2278, your signal is going to be behind United ahead to your left. Behind United inside Delta 2278.
And next up to land on the south parallel, Southwest 1639, inbound from Denver.
That's a 657 Minneapolis ground, taxi to parking via Papa Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Southwest 2974 Minneapolis Tower, 1209, runway 17, turn left heading 140, clear for takeoff.
I'm the Ice Air 73. That's 4024 Minneapolis ground, push through, runway 17.
Ground Southwest 1639 on Whiskey for Hotel 12.
Southwest 1639 Minneapolis ground, taxi to parking via Whiskey Delta.
Whiskey Delta to Park Delta.
Susie Trenda, good to see you today. Susie says, hey, Alex, by chance, are you going to be streaming tomorrow? So, actually, there's a pretty good chance that we'll be streaming tomorrow because we got word potentially that our Cardinals 777 might be departing tomorrow, just in line with the Special Olympics schedule. So we are going to try and be on hand to capture the departure.
Correction, number 17 taxi via Quebec, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short.
So MSP Flights, good to see you today. Says, hey, Alex. We're having a wonderful Friday.
Yeah, 283, no Papa there, just Quebec to Mike.
Noah, thanks so much for tuning in today. Says, I am aboard Delta 2871 at 8 p.m. Will you catch my flight? We will be on the air at 8 p.m., so there's a 99.99% chance that we will have it on MSP Live. So it's excellent timing. So if we go live in the late afternoon, we're typically ride the show all the way to sunset.
And once you ran out Fox 12, and we get released from the time on the degree.
258, have you roger? 657, monitor tower 126.7.
All right, let's take another look at our inbound arrival. Delta 1878 touching down from Cancun, Mexico. A little bit of a bounce as well. Planting those mains down on the south parallel.
Delta 1878, Minneapolis ground, taxi departing via Alpha.
That's 24-7 Minneapolis, Farmers 1208, line 161. Directly on.
So MSP flights, runway ops are not a scheduled thing, so it's all dependent on where the wind is blowing. So based on where the wind is headed today, 140 at 7. So this particular weather setup is going to favor a south flow, so operations on the 12s. Now, if that wind stock would be away from us, we'd be seeing action on the 30s.
Delta 2843, Minneapolis ground, taxi departing via Papa.
And our departure to Dublin. Delta 258 has pushed back from Concourse F. So I know that on Wednesday, Delta 258, they had some issues getting out on time. They did not leave until uber late. So it is excellent to see that Delta 258 is on time today.
Yes, 3791 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1208, runway 17, flight runway heading clear for takeoff.
South 2843, is your gate open? 2843, that's purple one into your gate, got traffic behind you.
Tower Delta 720 on visual, 12 right.
Delta 701 Minneapolis Tower, wind 120 at 7, runway 12 right, clear to land.
You're right, clear land, Delta 720.
And Track JJ, thanks so much for letting me know that Delta 299 is about 10 minutes away.
South 358, runway 12 right, taxi to the Alpha, cross runway 4.
Alpha to 1, right, clear across runway 4, Delta 720.
South 161, runway 12 left, taxi to the Alpha, cross runway 4, going across behind us here, Jay.
All right, let's take another look at our United A319 touching down from Denver. This is flight 2470.
2470, Minneapolis, ground taxi departing via Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
We're heading clear for takeoff, United 283.
And Delta 258, we can hear them off in the distance. As Pratt & Whitney PW 4000 engines starting to spool up as they'll head this way for departure on the south parallel.
One direct to line with 1207. One direct to line. 3791 to runway 215, 215, contact departure.
So the A330-200 is a rare commodity to catch in the Delta fleet. So only 11 of these aircraft exist on Delta's roster. They're all former Northwest Airlines aircraft. They were purchased and delivered into the early 2000s as part of the DC-1040 replacement program. So these A330-200s are more uncommon to catch in the wild for Delta than their 767 400 ERs, which are already rare aircraft to begin with. And looks like Shamu wants a little bit of attention here. The A220 whale bus in front of us is Delta Flight 2087 to San Jose, California.
51 Minneapolis Tower, first phone, please drop the Boldham system with 1306, 21, direct to line.
Go land, 12 right, 14
283, turn right, heading 215, 215, contact departure, good day.
Right heading 215 over to departure, good day, United 283.
$75 Minneapolis Tower, traffic on a 4.5 mile funnel, runway 12 right, line of way.
12 right, line of way, Delta 1055.
Tower Delta 1630, visual 12 right.
1630 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1206, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land.
Taking another look at Delta 2078 touching down from San Francisco, California with an A321. All right, we're going to get our Delta departure to Fairbanks. And they're going to get airborne off the south parallel. This is flight 1055. And away they go.
2078, man, contact departing the Alpha. Guys, 2272, when you push, keep deeper in the alley, gonna push Fox 11 as well.
Okay, we'll keep it in the alley.
Took 4 Minneapolis ground, reposition the Alpha. Got last 3578, continue taxiing.
Boy, they were loaded. They used almost the whole strip of tarmac to get airborne on 30 left.
Via Alpha, Delta.
It's at least about 8,000 feet of runway, it looked like.
Contact departure. Via Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
Raina Taylor, 22. It says, hello, everyone. Hi, MSP Live, new subscriber to the channel. Hey, welcome.
977, I have a request, stand by.
Thanks for checking us out. Great to have you here at MSP. It's been a wonderful Friday. Hope you're having a good end to your week as well. We've had quite the day. We have a departure we're currently sitting on, as you can probably tell. Delta 258 is going to be airborne to Dublin here in about a few minutes with the A330-200.
Carrier 4024, Monitor Tower, 126.7.
So Raina Taylor, 22. MSP is Delta's second busiest hub. We're also the main operating base for Sun Country Airlines, so we see a lot of those aircraft in and out of here. Those bright, colorful, so-called Tide Pod liveries are in abundance. We see a lot of Southwest, United, American. We'll see Aer Lingus, Air France, KLM, Discover, part of the Lufthansa Group, Air Canada, WestJet. We'll also see Frontier as well with a few flights a day. And we also see a fair share of UPS and FedEx cargo heavies as well. And a lot of Airbus A220s for Delta, A320 series, including the 321 Neos. So if you're a fan of the Airbus, or if you're a fan of Airbus, I should probably put it that way, you are going to love spotting here in the Twin Cities.
Heavy, hold for the runway 13. 2 more arrivals, I'll get you moving. Over to the runway. So 1630, turn left out 5, contact ground point honor. Left out 5, ground point honor.
So MSP is also a fairly busy airport for its size. It might not look like it, but we are just flocked with traffic on Sundays, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Also a little bit on Thursdays as well. So MSP has seen quite the resurgence in air travel post-COVID. And the most amount of international connections that the airport has ever seen in its history to this current point. So plane spotting here from Minneapolis, St. Paul has gotten a heck of a lot more interesting. And in addition to our international airlines that service the Twin Cities, such as KLM or Air France, we also see a lot of the Delta A330s and A350s as well.
Delta 1630, continue Alpha runway 4, hold short of Quebec on runway 4.
You also see a lot of 757 traffic as we are currently observing now.
Delta 1630, continue down, Alpha right on runway 4, hold short of Quebec.
So is that Delta 1630?
1630 affirmative, right on runway 4, hold short of Quebec.
Right on runway 4, short of Quebec, Delta 1630.
So 1630, monitor ground, point 8. Point 8, Delta 1630.
All right, let's take a look at our most recent 757 arrival. This is Delta 2238 coming in from Las Vegas, Nevada.
You're ready, taxi.
So Delta 258 Heavy will have to patiently wait for our next wide-body arrival coming in from Rome, Italy, Delta 299 Heavy.
Delta 2238, Minneapolis ground, taxi to parking via Alpha runway 4, hold short of Quebec.
So Rome is a seasonal route. Same with the flights to Copenhagen, and the Rome route has done exceptionally well for Delta ever since being reintroduced last year.
Delta 574, Minneapolis ground, push through runway 17.
Visual 1-2 right.
That's why President Map Park, caution with turbines, Tier 6 control of the heavy Airbus 330 and short final, 1.109er, additional traffic, heavy Airbus, Folsom position. Point 1-2 right for the land.
Red line 1-2 right, Delta 2383.
Delta 258 heavy, Minneapolis, star line 1-2 right, line of void, traffic 6 mile final.
1-2 right, line of void, Delta 28 heavy.
2274, I have your request, so I'll get you when I can. 2683, Minneapolis ground, push approved runway 17. 4464, monitor tower 12647. 2673, monitor tower 126.7.
Check ground point, clear.
All right, we'll take a look at Delta 299 Heavy.
Hold short of runway 12 right.
Actually, we're going to bail from this because it looks like Delta 258 is about ready to go.
Delta 299, Alpha 3 going, all
C1 110 at 9er, runway 12 right, sliding 105, clear for takeoff.
105, clear for takeoff, 12 right, Delta 258 heavy.
All right, here we go.
Delta 3530, Minneapolis, south wait, Alpha 10, cross, 1 direct, turn right at Whiskey, traffic 3 mile file.
Cross 12 right at Alpha 10, turn with Delta
238, continue forward, double back on Bravo, engage.
Continue forward, we'll double back around on the Bravo, and then engage.
Delta 299 heavy man craft has been parking via Alpha with an military gate full. United 2272, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short. Runway, correction, runway 12 left today, sorry about that. Runway 12 left, taxi via Delta Alpha, mounting down point 8.
Set the point, have a good day. Heading 105, Delta 258 heavy, good day. Alpha. Cross 4 of Alpha, running down 121.
78, runway 17, 5 more heading, clear for takeoff.
Now, that is what you call super smooth departure.
1026, Minneapolis ground.
Have a great flight to Dublin tonight. Delta 258 Heavy.
Ground Shamrock 988, apologies, I know you're busy. We're on that gold stage, we're going to open the second push.
Shamrock 988, Minneapolis ground. You can push now. When you push, bring it top of the alley, runway 12 left.
Push to the top of the alley, 1 to the left. Thank you. Craft 12 right, whiskey, craft 104 and tower, Delta 21.
Anchor out Delta 2238. We're just going to wait for this guy to go outbound and then we'll go park.
Craft 3061, ground 18. 4 into the 128 guys, Pat.
Alright, forward on Alpha Crowd, forward to the 128 today.
Down Delta 574, great, for 26
Delta 574, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 128.
Charlie, short of 12 right for 1.
There we go, Delta 299.
Delta 299, give way to the 738 Fox 8.
Waiting for clearance to get into the gate here at Concourse G on the south side of Terminal 1.
7, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
This is 17, Delta 29. Delta 23, west. Alpha Park, Charlie 2.
Delta 2383, Minneapolis ground, taxi to parking via Alpha Charlie, Quebec.
Alpha Charlie, Quebec, Delta 23.
Taxiing to runway 17, Delta 2773, outbound to San Antonio, Texas.
The Sherman Kitchen tail is pushing to the top of the alley, reference in, your push is approved, runway 17.
Number 3578, turn right, heading 215, 215, contact departure.
Delta, is that 2663? Delta 1026, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right, join Alpha behind 220 XT.
Alright, 17 Alpha Charlie, hold short 12 right. Delta.
That's my 4 at Mike, hold short over my 12 right.
That's correct. So Delta 574 will cross 422, and we'll hold short 12 right at Mike.
Thank you. Delta 2773, runway 17, fly runway heading clear for takeoff. On 07, runway 17, line up await.
Delta 2383, taxi via Bravo Charlie, Quebec to your gate, I'm on our ground point 8.
Bravo Charlie, Quebec to the gate, Delta 2383.
Delta 2383 and point 8 the rest of the way.
Roger, point 8, Delta 2383.
Delta 2683, make the left turn out, hold short of Charlie 5. Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17. Look, just to the top of the alley, thank you.
We've got to take another look at that close touchdown.
Shamrock 988, no one's going in. I'm just hold for at the top of the alley. Delta 2683, runway 17, taxi at Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, runway 128. Delta 1026, monitor tower, 126.7.
Monitor 26, step up, 126.
Brian Yelnats, good to see you today, Brian. Happy Friday to you. Thanks so much for tuning in today to Minneapolis St. Paul plane spotting.
Delta 2946, Minneapolis ground, Delta 4, taxi parking via Alpha Delta Quebec.
It's been a good Friday so far. Got some bonus A330neo action earlier. A departure to London, flight 9910, an extra section making an appearance. And then, of course, the ferry flight earlier in the broadcast that we caught coming in from Atlanta.
Alpha 4, Mike 12 right up 26.
Oh, no. Oh, no. 299 Heavy has been tossed into the penalty box. So it looks like they got to sit and wait for their gate to open up. Oh, no.
Make the right turn, Bravo 22, hold short, runway 13 right on 22. Niner. So 2683, hold short, runway 12 right on runway 22.
Hold short, runway 12 right on runway 22.
How's that, everybody? Face to face with the A330 900 Neo. Such a beautiful aircraft. So Delta 299 Heavy arriving 8 minutes ago in front of our cameras and stopped near the 30 left de-ice pad. It was unclear to proceed towards the gate. Looks like they found out their gate was occupied. So now they got to sit in the penalty box and call the company to figure out their gate snafu. This has happened so many times this summer with inbound arrivals. And it's not like they're early either. They were scheduled in at about 6:35 p.m., about 11 minutes behind, which is still technically on time within that 15-minute window, but still disappointing for them and everybody on board looking to make connections. Those that are making connections are going to have to sit and wait a while. So this is why I always, when I book a connection through an airport for stuff like this and a whole host of other things that can happen, I like to book nice and long layovers. And, of course, it gives you some time to check out the airport as well if there are no hiccups to arriving and getting into the gate at the connecting airport. So they've turned their taxi lights off. I don't know. They might be sitting a little while. We'll just have to wait and see. And Harris C, thanks so much for the $4.99 super chat. Thanks so much for tuning in today. Harris is watching from Blaine. Shout out to my mom who's watching with me, recovering from surgery. Love the work you do. Well, thanks, Harris. Also, a big shout out to your mom as well. Hope your mom is recovering. Hope the procedure went well. And best of health to you and your mom as well. Thanks so much for both of you guys tuning in today. It's a fantastic Friday out at the viewing area. And we got a nice little surprise. Staring down the A330 900 Neo. I don't know. We might win the steering contest. Raina Taylor, 22. Thanks so much for sharing. So Raina says, I don't know if you saw my earlier message, but my brother was there for a volleyball tournament and finished in 5th place out of 500 teams. Wow, that's awesome. So I know that the Special Olympics is still going on.
Runway 12 left, taxi G at Delta, Papa, cross runway 4, Bonner ground, point 8. Runway 31, runway 17, taxi at 35 Charlie, hold short, runway 128.
And our good friend and mod, Daniel Swanson, saying good evening, everybody. Hey, Daniel. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday. And also, Katie Doty, good to see you today. Happy Friday, TGIF. Katie says, late to the party? Happy Friday, all. Happy Friday to you, Katie. Well, tell you what, Katie, you're just in time if you are intending to stick around for a little while and catch the departure of Air France in about a little over an hour from now.
At Alpha 8, full short of runway 12 right.
Alpha 8, short 12 right, Delta 29.
So we are currently looking at Delta 299 that arrived several minutes ago, but
2683, runway 17.
has to sit and wait in the penalty box because their gate situation's sort of a mess right now. They have to wait. So in the meantime, we're going to enjoy the nice head-on look of one of my favorite aircraft to spot, the A330-900neo.
Super 4 Heavy, Minneapolis, channel, get through this moment.
7 line up away.
Entry 1492, monitor tower 126.7.
2962 at Alpha 8, cross runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey.
At Alpha 8, cross 12 right on Whiskey, Delta 2962.
So Alpha 2187 out. 2931 Minneapolis, start to keep moving on Charlie, cross runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Right on Charlie, then right on Whiskey, cross runway 4, Delta 931.
All right, let's take a look at our next landing coming in from New Orleans. The Big Easy sending us Delta 2695 with an A321.
95, contact ground point 9er. 9 Delta
167 after opposite direction, 7 Chris. Check. Text via Bravo.
And I spy Aer Lingus.
So 2695, Minneapolis contact, departing via Alpha Delta Quebec.
So 2633, runway 215, 215, contact departure. 2697, runway 17, flag on the heading, clear for takeoff. Delta 2809, Minneapolis on Mike, cross on straight, turn right at Whiskey behind that second 73.
We got a trifecta of 737s, 2 for Delta, 1 for Sun Country. Currently taxiing. And the 737 leading the pack towards runway 17 for departure, flight 2187 to Miami. And the one behind them trailing closely, flight 2931, outbound to Denver, Colorado. And then the A321 that's crossing the south parallel right now, that'll join the parade to 17, is Delta 2809 to San Francisco, California with an A321.
Turn at kilo 8, short of kilo.
Left kilo 8, short of kilo, Delta 2809.
And coming in on the north side, we got Alaska 527 from the Pacific Northwest out of Seattle Tacoma International Airport.
2695, monitor ground point 8.
2297, turn right, heading 215, 215, contact departure.
So we're going to hop back and take a look at our flight to San Francisco. And everybody, we are about 10 likes away from the big 400 likes. If you are enjoying today's show, make sure to hit that thumbs up button. And a big thank you to everybody that's hit the like button today. Great to have you on board with us on such a fantastic Friday here at the viewing area.
Alpha 5.
Yeah, Alpha, hold cross runway 4, hold short at Alpha 5.
274 Heavy, disregard. Just, it's still approved, advise you're ready to move.
Super 4 Heavy, ready for tow.
Super 4 Heavy, route speed via Alpha 5, hold short, runway 128.
Via Alpha 5, all short 1 to right. Super Tech 4 Heavy.
Tech 4 Heavy, monitor tower 126.7.
6.7, Super Tech 4 Heavy.
Delta 299 Heavy, give way to the opposite direction, target Alpha 5. Taxi to parking the Alpha, cross runway 4.
Alpha 4, give way to Alpha 9.
All right, looks like 299 is good to start moving again.
Tech 4 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, Alpha 5, cross runway 1 right. Continue via
So, all right.
Charlie, control Fox 11, monitor.
Delta 299 officially getting out of the penalty box.
Tech 4 Heavy, ground tower, up.
Yep, cross 30 left and whiskey, Super Tech 4 Heavy.
2952, contact departure, see ya.
Point 9 after we close the runway. Super Tech 4 Heavy.
Sub 2187, contact departure, have a good day.
All right, Shamrock 988 is now departing the north side for Dublin. Yeah, there they go with the A321 XLR.
Fish 926 minutes down, runway 12 right, clear land, winds 130 at 7, gusting to 18. Delta 2931, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. .25, fly runway heading, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff. The 881, man, 12 left on avoid, traffic 5 out. Shamrock 988, contact departure, have a good night. Post ground, taxi via Pop Charlie. Section still pop up mic, cross runway 4, hold short.
All right, we got the Super Tug up and around with the A350. Looks like they're going to go over to Tech Ops. So they're going to be taking this bird to the south side of the field.
So 3925, still up heading 100, contact departure to ya. The 881, winds 130 at 8, fly runway heading runway 12 left, so take off. So 2931, turn right heading 215, contact departure, have a good night.
And our friend Gordon Wald saying a free ride to the beauty shop. That'd be Delta Tech Ops. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. Maybe they're just going to store it outside the beauty shop, or maybe they're going to take it into the hangar so it can get some TLC. And Mark is saying, taking a nice Friday stroll. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, the Super Tug, too.
Super Tug 5, Heavy, Minneapolis ground, pushback approved.
Pushback approved, Super 5 Heavy.
3090, runway 12 right, for the line. Air 5480, pop out of the gate, Meyer, 0.90.
And Min Aviation, hey, good to see you today. Happy Friday. Thanks so much for tuning in. So we have a entertaining and also relaxing Friday evening here for Minnesota's Aviation Mecca upcoming. And in the 7 o'clock hour, we're going to be expecting the departure from Iceland Air. We'll also have Air France coming up next hour with a 777 as well. And also, I think we might get 116 Heavy tonight to Copenhagen, if memory serves.
Yeah, 657, Minneapolis ground. No delays in Newark at this time. 5 Heavy, reposition the Alpha.
The Alpha, Super 5 Heavy.
What's that 947 Minneapolis Tower, winds 1208.
All right, let's take another look at Sun Country Flight 1926 coming in from Traverse City Cherry Capital Airport. This is a flight that, to my knowledge, typically operates only on Mondays and Fridays. It's a seasonal route to northern Michigan. I've actually flown this route before on Sun Country. Traverse City is such a kick-butt vacation destination and really just the surrounding area. Beautiful country. If you love camping and hiking, northern Michigan is the place for you. If you love swimming, yep, go for it. Michigan's got you covered there. And of course, don't forget to make a stop at all the different fudge places up there and also the many different ice cream parlors, especially Kilwin's. So I used to have family that was actually just north of Traverse City. So I've been to that part of Michigan so many times throughout my life. I cannot recommend it enough. Thinking about going back to Traverse City, and just kind of the area in general, maybe in the not-so-distant future. Of course, when the weather's nice. Sun Country actually has got a really good fare, nonstop to TVC, so it's worth checking out, especially out of MSP. So the flights operate Mondays and Fridays.
Southwest 4115, Minneapolis ground, wait for Sun Country passenger tail, then push back through from my 17.
Remain at 075, finish current, light cross, runway 1 straight, and busiest 0, November 6. 2148, join Alpha in contact.
It's American 2148 coming in from Dallas.
Second 2148, Minneapolis contact, the Alpha and Delta, Fox 13.
And it also looks like one of our Delta A330-900s is getting a new gate assignment. And in the meantime, Endeavor Maintenance headed to the west side of the field with a CRJ and a close taxi on Mike.
Remaining 075, cross runway 17 at November, then Lima to the ramp.
On November, cross 17, expect the ramp at Aviation.
Let's get 947, turn right at Whiskey 5 straight to the ramp with me. Have a good one.
Right at Whiskey 5, straight to the ramp. Let's get 971.
Katie Doney says, native Uper here. Couldn't agree more on the Michigan tourism. Yeah, I've been through the UP so many times. Now, if you want solitude, wilderness, excellent trails to hike, great state parks, go to the UP. Go to the UP.
Sun Country 92,
And our good friend Elias Lund
Lund
is saying, good evening, everyone, in the Lurkers Lounge. Good evening, Elias. Good to see you tuned in today. Happy Friday, by the way. And Elias also has a question as well. I do have a question for you, Alex. As MSP pulled a majority of the 717s out of the lineup, I feel like I rarely see them anymore. They have. In fact, they're all but gone. As the A220s have taken complete control over the routes the 717s used to be assigned. John the Common Man, good to see you today. Happy Friday. John asks, how often are you live? About a few days a week. Typically, weather permitting, Monday, Wednesday, and now either Friday or Saturday. Next week, it's going to be probably maybe Thursday morning, and that's it. Just because of how brutally hot it's going to be. So, it's been interesting. June has been all over the map with consistency, but you know, there's not a whole lot you can do in some situations up here with just our atmospherics are just so unkind this year to us up in Minnesota and really the upper Midwest. And of course, Raina Taylor 22. Thanks so much for sending the 199 super chat. Sorry it took me a little bit to get to the super chat. New here is my first super chat to you. Well, thank you so much. Also, thanks, Elias, for sending the thumbs up for 10 joules. I can't pull that up on the screen. For some reason, the plugin that I used to pull the live chats on the broadcast not let me do that. But hey, I do see that. Thanks so much, Elias. Also, Andy J729, good to see you today. Thanks for popping in the live chat. And everybody, we are about 10 likes away from hitting the big 400. I was about to say 300, but we're already past that point. Big thanks to everybody that's hit the thumbs up today. Let's get to 400, everybody.
215, contact departure Delta 2009 today.
Duck 6 Minneapolis ground, push back approved. Sun Country 9242, runway 17, taxi at Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4.
Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4 for runway 17.
Super Tug 6, proceed Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short runway 12 right.
The Sun Country retro livery over there at Hotel 8.
Super Tug 6, monitor tower.
So 826 Sierra Yankee is the registration on this aircraft. I've flown 826 before a couple of times before it got painted in the 1990s retro colors. The first time I took it was from here to Asheville, North Carolina. The second time was from here to Detroit. Certainly one of the best retro liveries out there.
1308, turn left heading 140.
So freshly painted this year. And it was able to catch the inaugural arrival with many of you that came to us from Dothan, Alabama. So turning back the clock to last Wednesday, we had quite the exciting start to our show. We had a Sun Country outbound departure that ended up diverting back to Minneapolis. And with an emergency alert to landing. And then we also caught a pretty exciting go-around as well. No go-arounds today. But I do want to show you the go-around because it was super cool. We've been catching a lot of those lately, it seems.
Super Dog 6, Charlie cross from 0 straight, Charlie to control water, monitor.
So let's take a look at that. So due to a spacing issue, we had a fun go-around last Wednesday. Felt like I wanted to share this with you all because we have a little bit of time in between our next arrival and departure bank. We're in a bit of a lull here, so I think it's a good time to talk about some of the action that we caught last Wednesday in case you missed it.
2327 for the left, ground on 0.9, have a good one. That's fine. Secretary 9242, Minneapolis Tower, winds 140.
Now we also caught, as I just mentioned, we had that Sun Country emergency landing. Thankfully, everything with getting the aircraft back down safely was uneventful, and the aircraft was able to proceed to the gates. And we actually got the taxi on mic as well after they touched down. So this is them coming back in. So they were headed to San Diego. They had to turn around. So not sure if it was a mechanical issue or the fact that they hit something, maybe a bird strike. You can see Crash 17 positioned next to the runway at the ready in case something should happen, but they had a nice safe touchdown on the south parallel runway, and then they rolled all the way down to runway, or the exit off runway 30 left to Mike, and they had a nice close taxi next to us. So that was another interesting find from last Wednesday.
Number 5244.
And we also had a delivery flight yesterday with Delta's newest A321neo. So that was also a pretty cool catch as well. They, after arriving on 30 left, they went through customs, and then they were taking the aircraft all the way to Delta Tech Ops on the south side of the field on Taxiway Mike. And of course, it needs to have the Wi-Fi Viasat dome installed, which will happen here, and all the other ancillary systems that Delta needs to install in the aircraft. So 6/13 Delta November, welcome to the fleet. So this is worth a second look. It was really cool to see Delta's newest, shiniest A321neo make the Mike taxi for us yesterday. Super fun.
329242, turn right heading 215, contact park check tonight.
MSP Airport Aviation says, love seeing the retro. Wish it was alive during that time. And that time being the 1990s. To see this livery in its prime plastered on all the Sun Country DC-10s and 727s. So I was born in 1998, so I was way too early to remember the older Sun Country jets. But yeah, Sun Country did have quite an eccentric fleet of DC-10s and 727-200s. Northwoods Mosquitoes says, Alex, what is there to see in Asheville, North Carolina? I've heard it being a destination. Well, Asheville is the airport that you would fly into if you're going to visit the Great Smoky Mountains. And there's a lot of river rafting and camping and hiking in the area as well. And you can also travel a fair distance outside of Asheville. You can visit the Great Smoky Mountain Scenic Railroad in Bryson City, North Carolina. It's on the ex-Southern Railway branch line. It goes through the Nantahala Gorge. It's one of America's premier scenic railroads as well. I know that's a big attraction in the area. There's also some rail biking you can do. And there's a lot of really cool small towns to visit. So biking, hiking, and rafting in the area. So if you're a fan of the outdoors and love outdoor recreation, Asheville is the place to be, especially around the Asheville area. There's a lot of bike trails. So if you love biking, again, that's a great city to go to. And also, Track JJ says, great breweries in Asheville. I will second this. And you can even visit the largest estate in the nation, the Biltmore Estate, which is also in Asheville. That is a huge house, a huge piece of property. So there's a lot of fun stuff to do in the summertime in Asheville. I did some rafting on the French Broad River a few years ago. That was exciting. Now, do prepare to get quite wet. Andy J says Viasat Wi-Fi. My dad used to work for Viasat. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because I know that Delta does use it.
Information, Juliet and Whiskey Current at Minneapolis. Altimeter 2999er.
So Ben from Minneapolis, thanks so much for tuning in today, Ben. Says, what's the status of the Arizona Cardinals jet that's out of here? Are they scrimmaging the Vikings? So the Arizona Cardinals 777 is actually here because about a couple of weeks ago, they came in transporting Special Olympics athletes from Phoenix to Minnesota for the Special Olympics 2026 games. And those games are about almost wrapped up. So the Arizona Cardinals 777 expectedly is going to be departing the Twin Cities within the next couple of days. So we ended up hearing through the grapevine that we possibly could see it depart tomorrow afternoon.
44, runway 17, taxi, Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right.
And because of the possibility of the Arizona Cardinals 777 departing tomorrow afternoon, we are deploying another special Saturday installment of MSP Airport Live. So there is the Arizona Cardinals 777 right over on the 17D ice pad across the way. This aircraft actually started out in its career with Delta Airlines and routinely flew out of MSP and the other Delta hubs to far-flung international destinations. And I'll tell you what, the Arizona Cardinals and Gridiron Air, the company that operates this jet, they got these young, and I mean very young, 777s from Delta. They have a few of them, actually. They got them for a steal. They've been great workhorses. So the Arizona Cardinals were more than smart to pick those jets up. And it's great to see that they have a new lease on life beyond their career with Delta. So that jet exited the Delta fleet during the COVID pandemic. All right, 1306. Breaking the lull with an arrival from Chicago O'Hare with A220-300. I love the A220-300.
Charger 203, Quebec, Sierra, Minneapolis Tower, winds 130 at 9er, runway 12 right, settle in.
And the sun has also come out too here, so we have a little bit of a break in the cloud cover.
7 at Kilo 3 during Lima, cross runway 4.
Delta 1306, Minneapolis ground, taxi to gate.
Off in the distance is the skyline of downtown Minneapolis. Thought I would show the skyline here while we had a brief second. Earthwinds Mosquito, yeah, you're welcome. So if you're looking for a fun vacation destination, kind of continuing our conversation from earlier, Asheville, North Carolina is a wonderful place to go check out. And their regional airport is just beyond capacity. It's getting a much-needed expansion, but that airport is just overcrowded.
Minneapolis Tower, winds 130 at 10, runway 12 left, clear line. First 500 taxi with you, for monitor point 9. Have a good night.
Whiskey Delta 500.9. 500.
Katie Doties has got to head out for the night. Have a great weekend, all. Have a good weekend, Katie. Thanks so much for tuning in. Also, still to come, if you are just tuning in or sticking with us, we have Air France. That'll be departing MSP in a little over half an hour. And this aircraft is, I think, the same one that came in on Wednesday. And the departure we captured on 30 left was the gnarliest, aggressive GE90 engine growl I've ever heard. So I think we might be in for a similar experience tonight.
Delta 2145, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right.
21 via Charlie 5, Charlie.
So conferring with the record, checking notes. Papa Oscar was the 777 that we saw depart on Wednesday. Didn't get enough of the spotlight, had to come back to MSP and say hello. And nope, it has not gotten a bath since that time. It's a little dirty. So Papa Oscar, which we're currently looking at, getting ready for its trek across the pond to Europe tonight to Paris.
Number 5244.
Sporting those gnarly sounding GE90s. We're going to hear that again tonight. Well, we'll get a 1-2 right departure instead of a 30 left departure like we got on Wednesday. Or unlike what we got on Wednesday. Sun Country 914 will be our next arrival on the South Parallel, coming in from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Wait about a minute for the 10.
Hotel. 656, that's Hotel 6, request push stop.
Sun Country 249, Minneapolis ground, push track is approved, expect runway 17.
Push approved, we'll expect 110.
Ice there 656, Minneapolis ground, latest information, whiskey current, push back approved, expect runway 12 right.
Push back approved, expect 12 right, so we have it.
All right, Icelandair can expect runway 12 right. So Icelandair, they arrived on the north side today. They will depart on the south parallel, which is typical. Sometimes they'll depart on the north side, but more often they will like the south parallel just because it's a closer taxi for them to get out of town.
2145, monitor tower 126.7.
All right, yeah, there they go now on the push. Hawk 4174 says, you didn't get Air France's good side Wednesday, so she's giving you another chance at redemption. I suppose so. Hey, Hawk. Welcome to our show today. Happy Friday, by the way.
Charlie cross from A13, Whiskey cross from A4.
At cross 12 right at Charlie, Whiskey, and cross 24 Delta 21 Woodland.
Southwest 3063, turn right heading 215 and contact departure. Have a good night. 5244, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Super Type 5, Minneapolis ground, pushback approved, reposition Bravo.
You're welcome.
All right. Also looks like our Sun Country Airlines retro livery
Sun Country 1914, Minneapolis contact, Whiskey
has
Delta
pushed back
short
from the
of
gate
Tango.
as well. Track changes as I watched a documentary on the new GE990X engines. Or the GE9X, I think you mean, for the 777X. Those engines are beyond impressive.
140 at 8, runway 12 left to the line.
So when that aircraft goes into service, they will be the largest turbofan engines in commercial service. The GE90 is currently the largest turbofan engines in commercial service. So that is what makes the GE90s, especially the 777 aircraft with the GE90, so special to catch. Like our Air France departure later tonight.
I'll call you right back. Sorry, you want us western? Oh, my bad. Company opposite direction, waiting for you. Sun Country 249, runway 17 Tango, Yankee Kilo, and cross.
Oxus, happy Friday to you as well. Just joined in from the Boston live stream. All right. Thanks for tuning in, Hawk. The late evenings here at Minneapolis just get so jam-packed. I think it's that 7 to 8 o'clock hour. We typically hit a pretty big lull in the action, and then once 8 o'clock rolls around, it's nonstop.
Country 1914, give way to company at Tango, then continue via Delta. Give way to company at Tango.
So you are tuning in at the right time.
And ground 49, we can make Charlie 2
So Hawk 4174, this is the Sun Country Retro. Looks weird on a 737. Grew up with that livery on the 727s. Yeah, I can kind of see it a little bit. All right, looks like our retro livery is finally on their way out of here. So they're going to go to runway 17, which is behind us. And they are going to take taxiway Tango right past the cargo ramps. So they're taking a little shortcut to get to their departure runway tonight.
Delta 2918, Minneapolis ground, pushback approved, runway 17.
Up 2392, Minneapolis target evening, wind 130 at 8, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 12 right, 2092.
Ground access 656, contact. Right there, 656, runway 12 right, taxi Delta, Sierra, Kilo, Yankee, full sort of whiskey.
Okay, runway 12 right, taxi Delta, Sierra, Kilo, Yankee, full sort of whiskey. Yeah, 657, I've got whiskey right there.
At 657, runway 17, taxi Papa Mike, cross runway 4, full short of runway 12 right.
But Mike, cross runway 4, full short of 2 right, nice.
Delta 2015, contact point 9, have a good night.
Delta 2015, Minneapolis ground, taxi Papa Charlie, short of Charlie 6.
That's such a cool livery, isn't it? So Mike Hockerts says awesome retro livery. I would agree. So our Sun Country Retro Livery 737 is outbound to Boston Logan Airport tonight.
Golf 2145, turn right heading 215 and contact departure. Have a good night.
Company's pushing up the top of the LA, Fox 13, pushback approved, runway 17. Never 5527 Minneapolis ground pushback approved, runway 17. It's just 656 cross, runway 4. Right there, 656, monitor tower 12617.
Oh my goodness, we could get a mic taxi for Iceland Air, everybody. I'm seeing it behind me here.
Delta 2366, join Papa, contact point 9, have a good night.
Yeah, 657 monitor tower.
So it looks like Iceland Air is going to actually go all the way around. And they're not even going to go on mic. So they're going to take the scenic route to runway 12 right. I've only seen them do this a handful of times.
United 657, man, tower traffic 3 mile final, keep it moving, cross runway 1 straight, I might be good with you. Yeah, that's all right, right.
You can go back now and into your unit as really comes push on the Charlie 9.
Delta 2392, contact ground on point 9. Have a good night.
Tim May, 4415, I agree. The Sun Country Retro livery looks even better in person, I know.
Runway 12 right.
You know, hopefully that livery is going to be around for quite a while.
Delta 2392, Minneapolis ground. Take the Alpha Gate. Delta 942, you're looking for Golf 20. I'm looking for Delta 942, you're waiting on Golf 20, is that correct? Delta 2122, Minneapolis ground, pushback is approved, don't block Golf 19, company's inbound for that one, expect runway 17. Delta 2246, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right.
5 Charlie, hold short 12 right.
Charles, 1234, welcome. Happy Friday to you.
2271, visual 1 2 right. 2271, man, Tom, 1 straight to land 1150 at 8. 12 right, clear line, that's 249, contact departure, have a good night. Crew 22 Sierra and November, hold short of runway 17 with me.
Alright, 22 Sierra, November, hold short.
Delta 98, man, runway 12 left to land with 150 at 8. For 6B, 1 arrival, then we'll get you moving.
Okay, Delta 653, I'll ready.
United 657, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
120, 17, clear for takeoff.
And Bemidji Aviation arriving with the San Antonio sewer pipe, also known as the Mosquito. That's the Swearingen Fairchild Metroliner.
Charlie 6 after your company comes up. Southwest maintenance, Minneapolis ground, push back, approve, reposition Delta. Push approve, repoll via Delta.
All right, so Icelandair has officially made it to the threshold of 12 right, where it will depart back for Reykjavik, Iceland this evening.
Endeavor 5527, runway 17, taxi Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right. So 2918, monitor tower 126.7.
It's a really nice airside ops vehicle. Got a nice Volvo. Big shout out to our wonderful friends over at the Metropolitan Airports Commission, airside ops especially, doing a hard job and a good job as usual.
Pitch 1024 at November, crossway 17, Lima to the right.
Delta 1484, monitor tower 126.7.
Yeah, and how about that nice 2-for-1 with Icelandair? And then our Delta arrival 2271. Now touching down from Denver.
Delta 2918, map car traffic going into position, cross me 12 right at Mike Stern, let's see. Delta 1484, the instructions turn right on Alpha, cross runway 22, and then at Alpha 8, hold short of runway 12 right. Alright, turn right on Alpha, and then cross runway 22, at Alpha 8, Delta 1484. 1484, certified, hold short of runway 12.
Alright, Icelandair 656 lined up with the South Parallel ready to depart for Reykjavik.
Up to Alpha 8, hold short of 12 right, Alpha 8, Delta 1484. Victor 656, fly runway heading, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Got takeoff 12 right, don't go ahead again,
2271, ground front end. 2574, if you're with me, runway 12 right, clear to land. 12 right, clear to land, over 25.
All right, everybody, here we go. Icelandair down the roll for Reykjavik. 737 MAX 8.
140 at 11.
Delta 2122, join Alpha behind your company off the left, runway 17 Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right. Delta 1563, Minneapolis ground, push back approved, runway 17.
1098, at the ground on 49, have a good night.
Delta 1098, Minneapolis ground, taxi Papa, Charlie, Bravo, short of the tunnel. Delta 162 Heavy, Minneapolis ground, give way to your company 757 behind you on Alpha, then pushback is approved. Expect runway 12 right. Give way to company 75, push approved, 12 right, and we'll do across the Delta 162 Heavy, roger. Delta 260,
And of course, per usual, a pretty heavy departure for Iceland Air. They are loaded up nice and full, back headed to Reykjavik. Or headed back to Reykjavik, I should say.
947, signature whiskey taxi.
Port Alpha 8, cross the military, turn whiskey. Delta 1484 at Alpha 8, crossway 12 right, join whiskey. Air 5527, Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross the military, turn whiskey.
I might cross 12 right.
Delta 4803, Minneapolis Tower, military, to land 1150.
Delta 162 Heavy to Amsterdam. Will be our next wide-body departure out of MSP tonight. And then followed by Air France.
Pushback is approved, expect runway 17.
Contact ground on point 9.
Point 9, Delta 2124. Delta 2122, monitor tower 126.7.
So we also have Jazz Aviation 721 coming in from Toronto Pearson on the north parallel with an E175. So we're going to have to go get that here in just a second.
Delta 2574, Minneapolis contact the Alpha Delta and Quebec. Alpha Delta Quebec. Skywest 3886, Minneapolis ground, runway 17, taxi via Papa. Mike, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right.
Delta 2246, winds 150 at 8, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, clear for takeoff, 7.
Air France 89, uniform heavy, Minneapolis ground, pushback is approved, runway 12 right.
Pushback is approved, 12 right,
Coming up at 947, give way to the Delta at Charlie. Give way to Delta at Charlie. Delta 2749, Minneapolis ground, pushback is approved, runway 17.
3656, Amsterdam, runway 12, right to the land, winds 150 at 9.
Turn the corner on Bravo, just stop behind Fox 10. There's going to be 2 heavies pushing.
Wonderful.
Delta 1098 is turn left onto Bravo.
All right, 757 action coming our way. Flight 2122 headed out to LAX, joining Taxiway Whiskey.
Give way to traffic exiting runway 12 left, runway 17 taxi Papa Mike cross, runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
55 tower, runway 12 left to the land, winds 150 at 10.
12 right. Delta 1098, roger.
Port, have a good night.
215 over departure, Delta 2242, good night.
Kilo next return, altimeter 2999.
Yes, fill the boost, going back to radio, 169 here. Yeah, 721 Minneapolis ground, Echo 3, taxi Papa, Charlie, short of Charlie 6. Delta 2309, Minneapolis ground, 692, for runway 17.
Air 4203 left at Alpha 5, otherwise you're going to have to wait for the heavy there. Alpha 5, join Alpha ground, 492.
For 3780 Minneapolis ground, pushback approved, runway 17. It'll be runway 17.
Air 5527, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Quebec.
Sun Country Flight 260 touching down on the north parallel, 12 left from Chicago O'Hare.
Delta 1563, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold for the runway 12 right.
260.
All right, Delta 162 officially pushed back and will be underway soon, taxiing to 12 right. And Air France 89er uniform heavy as well is also cleared for the push.
Runway 12 right.
So Air France, pretty punctual today.
Contact departure. Have a good night. Okay to do correctly? Delta 162 heavy, affirmative.
And winds 150 at 9.
And that's 12 right, Delta 1661.
260 changed to my frequency on 126.7.
CRJ to pass tail from pushback approval, runway 17.
River 5527, 12 heading 140 and contact departure. See ya.
Me off of Charlie 3, reference 7 pushback is approved, expect runway 17.
260 day. Sky 3886 West Tower at Mike, cross me 1 right and join Whiskey.
At Mike, cross 1 right, join Whiskey.
947, up start, crossway, turbines for the 75, reporting runway 17, line of void.
961, wait for your company. And runway 17, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4, and hold short of runway 12 right.
All right, let's take another look at Sun Country 656 touching down. And a nice smooth landing on 12 right from Denver, Colorado.
Delta 260, runway 12 left, taxi via Delta and Papa, cross runway 4.
So there's Air France 89er uniform heavy.
Protect me when that one comes out.
So they have pushed back from Gulf 3.
Just in case they don't make the right turn there, Quebec on the 22.
So we'll have Delta 162 heavy with the 330-300, and then our Air France 777 departure just ahead of them, it looks like.
You can start your taxi now.
2122, turn right heading 215 and contact departure. Have a good night.
Delta 2749, runway 17, taxi via Papa. Mike, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right, and join Papa behind company at your tail.
So if you're just tuning in to MSP Airport Live, welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport tonight.
Delta 2961,
On what has been a fabulous Friday for plane spotting. The weather has been perfect.
2961, give way to the Metro liner off of 12 left.
It's been quite cloudy, but it's managed to keep the heat index down quite a bit. We've had a nice, gentle breeze
We'll be giving way to you.
throughout the day today. And along with non-stop action on the parallel runways for arriving traffic.
Yep, I'll call you right back. Midge 57. The Midge 57, give way to a Delta 757 at Delta, then taxi via Papa, Mike, cross runway 4, and hold short of runway 12 right.
River 5518, we have start cross runway 12 to Mike, join Whiskey.
12 right, Mike.
260 on 22, cross runway 12, contact 49 on the other side. Have a good night.
Cross 12 right, 49.
That was 3886, turn left heading 120, the wind's 150 at 12, gusting 15, 7 takeoff.
All right, let's take another look at Delta Flight 1661, coming in from Portland, Oregon with a snazzy A321neo.
Hold short of runway 12 right.
These aircraft are just amazing to fly on.
2309, you'll be stuck behind your heavy company for just a minute. 1661 Minneapolis ground, what's your gate? Charlie, Delta 1661, taxi via Alpha and Charlie and Quebec. Alpha, Charlie, Quebec, Delta 1661. 162 ready, taxi.
Sun Country 260 is on cross 12 right on runway 22 for Gate Hotel 4.
Sun Country 260 Minneapolis ground, taxi down runway 22 and Charlie 2.
Down 22 to Charlie 2, Sun Country 260.
And Delta 2733, you ready?
Request for that.
Delta 2733, runway 17, taxi via Papa Mike cross, runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right. Delta 2961, give way to the Queen Air, Charlie. And you can disregard, he's gone down further. Delta 1563, monitor tower on, and actually give way at Gulf for Delta 2733, there's a Queen Air coming off there. Delta 162 heavy taxi. Delta 162 heavy Minneapolis ground, runway 12 right taxi via Alpha and cross runway 4. Cross 4, 12 right. And who's the Delta waiting there on Quebec? 1563, monitor tower 126.7. The Delta on Quebec, you can continue in after your company, they're joining Papa now. Bemidji 57, monitor tower on 126.7. Skyline 4035, Minneapolis ground, pushback through for runway 17. Endeavor.
All right, looks like Delta 162 is now on the move.
Papa and cross runway 4.
And Airbus Ace, thank you so much for the $10 super chats. Airbus Ace says, my friend is on Delta 1449, currently inbound from Cleveland. Told him we would give him a virtual wave upon landing. Thanks for the phenomenal stream, Alex. Appreciate it. Yeah, you're welcome.
Papa Mike cross runway 4, hold for runway 12 right. Delta 2961, monitor tower 126.7. 4672. Was 3780 Minneapolis ground, give way to, actually just hold your position there, you can turn and face Papa.
And Airbus Ace, I see Delta 1449.
Delta 2871 Minneapolis ground, pushback is approved and expect runway 17.
So Delta 1449 today is assigned an Airbus A220-100. So they have been in the air for about an hour and 29 minutes.
Can we head that way? Delta 1098, stay on Bravo, short of the tunnel, I'll get you around as soon as I can. Bravo, short of the tunnel, 1098. Delta 23, and disregard.
Delta 26 comes to you, no, it's early, all the way down to Alpha 3, please.
All the way to Alpha 3.
Delta 2961, may have tower at Mike South, may 1 straight and whiskey.
Cross 1 2 right, Mike, whiskey, Delta.
United 3937, where are you parking today?
Echo 9.
Echo 9, thanks.
I'm behind the company C series off your right at Delta.
Look at this conga line. Looking across the south parallel.
The 162 heavy, monitor tower 126.7. 6.7, Delta 162 heavy. Delta 1098, Bravo around the tunnel, short of your gate.
Bravo, short of the gate, Delta 1098. I'm on 8-9er again. Oh, we took the record.
The branch 8-9er heavy, standby 1 for your push. Delta 3075, company out your left, gets way to you, monitor tower 126.7. Delta 2309, monitor tower 126.7.
Yeah, we're going to bring up that super chat from Airbus Ace. Thanks so much for the $10 super chat. So we are currently tracking your friend Airbus Ace on Delta 1449 inbound from Cleveland.
Bemidji 47, monitor tower on 126.7. 4331 Minneapolis south, off the gate. 1614 Minneapolis ground, pushback is approved.
And Liz Chalmers watching from Scotland. Hey, Liz. So great to have you with us today from the land of 10,000 lakes here in Minnesota. Happy Friday.
3780, give way to the Embraer exiting, then runway 1.
So we are quite the busy airport here on Fridays. So the Twin Cities, in case you're new, is known as Delta's second busiest hub in their network. Second only to the world's busiest airport, Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson. It's also the main operating base and HQ of Allegiant subsidiary Sun Country Airlines, a low-cost carrier that's been based in the Twin Cities since 1982.
2617 Minneapolis ground, wait for the opposite direction.
We also have international services seasonally by KLM, now year-round, with wide bodies with the 787-9 or the 777-200ER. Air France daily from about May till the end of September every year with a 777-200ER or the 787-9. We also get Discover a few times a week on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays from Frankfurt with the A330-300 as well. That's a seasonal service. Aer Lingus year-round with A321XLR. Iceland Air year-round as well with the 737 MAX 8 or MAX 9.
4462 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa and pull in behind the CRJ on Quebec.
We also see your quintessential mainline American airlines such as American, United, and of course Delta. We see a lot of Airbus aircraft here as well. So Minneapolis is also the former home of Northwest Airlines, which merged with Delta in 2010.
29 Minneapolis ground, traffic company pushing off of 510, pushback approved, runway 17. 2846, let's say for the push, you're number 3 for that, LA. Delta 2871, runway 17, taxi Alpha Charlie, and hold short of runway 12 right, give way to United exit. Taxi via Quebec to the gate.
2733, come through the de-ice pad off your right, on Alpha 8, hold short of runway 12 right.
Through the de-ice pad, short of 12 right at Alpha 8, Delta 2733.
Uh-oh.
4129, 16.7.
And I think that's them there.
3780, monitor tower, 126.7.
So we have another victim that the penalty box has claimed today.
2617, what was the gate again?
I think this is them here. Yep, 2733. So this is a flight outbound to New York's LaGuardia.
Call time for the United 3937. United 3937, what's your gate?
Echo 9.
United 3937, taxi, cut the corner there and join Delta.
Cut the corner, join Delta, Echo 9, United 3937.
That's fine, Unit. Do you have a delay for us? Air France 89, uniform heavy, you'll be a couple minutes, there's several aircraft behind you. I'll check up the taxi. Skywest 4468, Minneapolis ground, reference, there's traffic pulling into gate 17, pushback approved for runway 17.
So there is Air France.
Mike and Whiskey.
So you got 1757 and another 757 in the vicinity.
3075 at Delta cross from A1 straight during Whiskey cross from A4 the vector wait for you on the other side.
So we'll see those 757s hopefully taxi by here relatively soon.
220 coming across at Delta, then taxi at Delta Tango cross from A4.
Okay, so it looks like this aircraft is not into the penalty box.
Keep it moving, traffic 3 out cross from A1 straight during Whiskey.
So it's always good to see.
09, instructions straight ahead on Alpha cross from A4 down to Mike, hold short of on A1 right. Alpha 4, Mike, and then hold short 12 right, Delta 29. 2961 departure, have a good night.
So we're currently looking at Delta 162 Heavy with the next Northwest A330-300 that is scheduled to depart momentarily for Amsterdam. So it's currently waiting on, looks like about maybe one more arrival before our big A330 will have its turn to boogie on the South Parallel. So Delta from Indianapolis, flight 1456 is our next arrival.
Way to the one just off your right, exiting runway 12 left, company C series. Skywest 4035, monitor tower 126.7.
Delta 162 Heavy, Minneapolis tower traffic to 9 mile power traffic off downfield, runway 1 straight, line of way.
Direct line of way, Delta 162 Heavy. 15. 55, Minneapolis ground Fox 15, taxi Papa Charlie, and Charlie 5.
Going into position.
American 2148, wait for Delta 75, stop the passenger tail, then push back through for runway 17.
Alright, we'll wait for the
All right, so Airbus Ace. So the flight that you're tracking is going to be our next arrival behind Delta 162 Heavy. So they are quite a ways out.
Delta 1456, Minneapolis ground, taxi Alpha. Delta 1144, Minneapolis ground.
All right, everybody, Delta 162 Heavy now on the roll to the Netherlands.
It'll be about 2 minutes yet. Runway 17. Delta 1555, give way to a company C-Series off your left. AirNav exit schedule. 1555 exit will be on Quebec, no thanks. Delta 1555, you're into 575. Take off. There you push in. Delta 2929, are you ready to move?
Yeah,
2929, runway 17, taxi Alpha Charlie, hold for the runway 12 right.
Alpha Charlie, sure, 1 right.
Delta 2268, give way to a company Airbus 321 off your left.
Delta 162 Heavy, turn left heading 105, contact departure, good night.
Left turn heading 105, departure, Delta 162 Heavy, good night.
We got it.
Air France 89 Heavy uniform, pushback through. Delta 2929, monitor tower on 1.
All right, Airbus Ace, Delta 1449 coming in from Cleveland Hopkins is next up to land.
Delta 1356, runway 17, behind a CRJ off your front left, taxi Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short runway 12 right.
Delta 1356, Papa Mike, cross 4, hold short 12 right.
That's 4331, affirmative. Denver 4933, Minneapolis ground, what's your gate?
Go 3780, turn left heading 120, winds 150 at 10, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
And who else is ready? That was 4264. And runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4. The 2268 monitor tower on 126.7. With 4468 runway 17, taxi via Papa, runway 12.
Charlie cross command 1 straight, turn with skiing cross command 4.
Charlie, cross 1 right, Woods, cross 4, Delta 2929.
Delta 1449, down to Alpha 4 for the turnoff, your gate is still full. Left Alpha 4, ground 49.
All right, let's take another look at our arrival from Cleveland Hopkins. So our friend Airbus Ace says that their friend is on board this flight tonight, inbound from Cleveland. So there you go, Airbus Ace. Get the touchdown, and of course we got to get the instant replay as well.
Tower on 126.7. Super Tug 5, Minneapolis ground. Alpha short of Alpha 4. 1449, company's just pushing off 4, pull up tight behind the aircraft, we get to them once they move. Supertug 4, Alpha short of Alpha 4.
All right, let's swing over and catch our next arrival.
Supertug 5, Alpha.
Delta 703, gliding in from Cincinnati.
American 2148, runway 17, taxi Charlie 6 Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right. Skywest 4468, modern tower 126.7.
And join with you. Delta 1356 cross runway 12 right, join with you.
All right, let's take another look at our arrival from Cincinnati. Flight 703 touching down with a 737-900ER.
Good night, Delta 2871, turn off heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 4035, runway 17, line up away.
And about ready to start its taxi. Air France 89er uniform heavy with a 777-200ER. Now, Papa Oscar caused a lot of racket when it left town on Wednesday night when we were out here broadcasting the departure of this exact 777. My goodness. This aircraft had just about the gnarliest GE90 growl I've ever heard. And we are possibly in for another concert from those GE90s.
Delta 1144, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right.
All right, flight control surfaces check.
2929, runway 17, line up away.
It's a part of the before taxi checklist.
71, contact departure, good night.
American 2148, monitor tower 126.7.
East gust 15. Skywest 4468, Minneapolis tower at Mike, cross runway 13 right, join with you.
At Mike, cross 12 right, join with you.
And Roberto Green, good to see you today, Roberto. Says, hey guys, watching from Los Angeles. You're entertaining describing the actions, remembering your visit to LAX some time ago. Well, hey, thanks so much for tuning in. Appreciate the compliments as well. Kind of have to keep things lively around here. LAX definitely has the action much more than we do here, but we have, and I would argue, the better vistas. So trying to do my best to describe what I see here for all of you tonight. It's good to know that you're enjoying the commentary. So there's a lot that goes on at once at MSP. So Air France, this is a daily seasonal nonstop from Charles de Gaulle with the 777. So Air France started their operating season in 2026 in May with the 787-9 Dreamliner. Hello, American. And then starting on June 1st, Air France changed the equipment assignment from the 787-9 Dreamliner to the 777-200ER. Now, there was, I think, a solid week where we got 777s before the official start date of the routine scheduled 777 flights that commenced on June 1st.
Delta 2846. Wait for a 737 off your back right, runway 17 taxi.
So we get a front row seat on MSP Live here in the Twin Cities to all of the wide body departures. It's 30 left to 12 right. 12 right's being used today. That is the preferred runway for the wide-body traffic in and out of MSP. Second longest runway at the airport, 10,000 feet long. It's the widest strip of asphalt at 200 feet wide compared to 150 feet for all the other runways, which includes 12 left, /30 right, 1735, which is on the west side of the field out of view, and we got the crosswind runway 422, which is seldom used. All those runways are the standard 150-foot width.
Runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right. Delta 1144, monitor tower 126.7. Thank you, Delta 1144. France 89, uniform heavy, monitor tower 126.7. Eagle 126.7, and 89, uniform heavy, good night. 2846, monitor tower 126.7.
67, Delta 2846, good night.
Good day. Endeavor 53, correction, Endeavor 55, 30 Minneapolis ground, runway 17, taxi Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short runway 12 right.
Now that is one dirty engine cowling. The number one engine. Look at that.
41, monitor tower 126.7.
Now I said it on Wednesday when we saw this aircraft. This plane needs a bath.
16 heavy, Minneapolis ground, wait for a company 737 to pass your tail and then push back is approved for runway 12 right.
Alright, wait for the company 737 to pass the tail and push through, 12 right, the other one.
Airbus Ace, you're welcome. Says thanks for capturing my friend's arrival, Alex. Kudos to the pilot flying Delta 1449. This is a smooth landing. Yes, indeed.
Crossway 4, and crossway 12 right on Delta, right on Whiskey, crossway 4, Delta 2846. Okay, 3541, the SR, keep moving, traffic 3 out, crossway 12 right, Mike, turn left.
Airport and plane spotting VR says very dirty engines. Well, they've been well used. I agree, they are dirty. They are overdue for a wash. Could use some suds. Chris says, darn, those are some huge engines. Yeah, the largest commercial turbofan engines in service. The GE9X is larger on the 777X, but that has not entered commercial passenger service yet.
Endeavor 5253, monitor tower 126.7.
Also, JAC plane spotting. Sorry for the delayed greetings, but hey, great to have you tune in. JAC plane spotting says hello from Toronto. You have a good camera and lens. Well, thank you. So we have a professional broadcast camcorder. I think that it works way better in this type of situation compared to some of the interchangeable lens cameras that have the larger lenses and the bigger optics. As you get nice, smooth, dynamic zoom. You can throw this camera in just about any scenario and it'll have it perform admirably. Also, not to mention the fact that it's got built-in filters to help get the exposure or the brightness of the image just right. It also has better stabilization characteristics, and which is super important for us because of how tall the tripods are that we broadcast on. So I have to stand atop a ladder just to reach the camera. That's approximately 8 feet off the ground.
Delta 2963, contact ground 29, have a good night.
Ground 9, good day, Delta 2963.
3541, fly runway heading runway 17, clear for takeoff. France 89er, uniform heavy, fly runway heading for now. We'll have a turn in the air. Runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Let's take off, maintain runway, you can fall 9, uniform heavy.
All right, everybody, get ready for the GE90 Symphony as Air France departs for Paris with the 777-200ER.
15, contact departure.
Total 215, departure, so long, American 2148.
See, was someone else trying to call the tower? 26 into right, constantly turbulence heavy 777 on the roll. 52, 53, the gas pump, jet box, crossway 1 third of my So 134, runway 17, line up away.
Delta 2097, runway 17, taxi Alpha Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right.
Runway 17, taxi Alpha Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right.
Uniform 8.
So 1144, wind 150 at 7, turn off heading 140, runway 17, clear, take off. 2846, runway 17, line up away.
Down to 2264, 2 miles, Digital 1 direct.
Up 2264 minutes, good evening, runway 1 straight, clear land, winds 150 at 7.
Clear land 1 direct, up to 2264.
That's 203 from us.
Just 30 past 41, terrain heading 215, contact departure, good night.
Tower 126.7.
126.7, Delta 2097.
All right, and now push back for its departure to Copenhagen. We still have one more heavy departure, everybody. And that would be Delta 116, currently in view with the A330neo, headed to Denmark tonight. This is the SkyTeam connection with SAS at Copenhagen in Denmark. So the arrivals and the departures are daily, or I mean every other day, so they're staggered. So tomorrow we'll have the arrival from Copenhagen, and then the next day we'll have the departure. Same with Rome. So the schedule worked pretty similar last year when both services were introduced. And the Rome service was actually reintroduced because Delta tried it in the early 2010s, but it flopped miserably.
Sorry about that. Charlie Cross, Maylord Bridge, and Whiskey Cross, runway 4, Delta 2097. Charlie Cross, onto right, join Whiskey, Delta 2097.
Runway 4.
Smelly Crew 101, good to see you today. This is such a great stream today, Alex. Good to see you and love that 777. Hey, good to see you today. I love that 777 too. So thanks for the kudos, Smelly Crew 101.
And Delta 2097, you can cross runway 4 on Whiskey. Cross runway 4 on Whiskey, Delta 2097.
Don Rumsey asks, are we getting a Twilight show?
Runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff, wind 150 at 8.
So, in all honesty,
got a line behind you, let me know when you're ready.
Probably not. I think it's just going to depend on how much available light we have. Because do keep in mind that our viewing area closes at dusk. And it does take time to tear down the equipment and put it away, which is about maybe 30 to 40 minutes.
Reposition Delta Kilo 3, hold for runway 17.
Delta Kilo 3, hold for runway 17, 23.
That was 4289, Minneapolis ground, pushback approved, runway 12 left.
Number 5530, the Airbus is rolling, runway 17, line up away.
Super Tug 6, proceed via Quebec, Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right.
13 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1507, runway 16 to the land.
Clear to land, 12 right, jump, 2113.
Delta 2264 to the left, contact point 9, have a good night.
Left ground, point 9, Delta 2064, good night.
For 5253, join Kilo, you'll follow the Challenger. So 2097, split up route, swap that CRJ directly off your left, cut you off there at Kilo.
So that's on hand, 7 minutes.
Super 6 Towers 26-7, traffic on Alpha will be no factor.
Runway 17, clear for takeoff. Gotcha, 203, runway 17, line of way traffic crosses downfield. Delta 1469, contact departure, good night.
Delta 2225 visual, 1-2 right.
Delta 2225, may have town, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 1-2 right, Delta 2225.
73, may have town, traffic in position, cross runway 17, Lima, cross runway 4. Delta 2225, you're 3 behind a 220 with 50 not overtake.
I was slow on Delta 2225.
There, 5530, contact departure, good night. That's at 203 at the departure end, turn off heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Two 53, runway 17, line of play.
Hold short, runway 12 right.
Delta 2191 visual, 1-2 right.
Delta 2191, may have tower 4 now, find a 75, runway 12 right, clear land, winds 140 at 8.
Clear land, 1-2 right, Delta 2191.
Don Rumsey's is not going to lie, some night ops would be coolio. Yeah, night ops would be really cool, but unfortunately here at MSP, other than the cargo ops that start to come out at night.
116 heavy, 2 more arrivals. Okay.
It's not really a whole lot that happens during the nighttime here at MSP.
203 departure.
So that's the other primary reason why we do not do a night broadcast. Of course, we did open up with a night broadcast when we went on the road to LAX.
Turn left, contact point 9, good night.
Plane 13, Minneapolis, ground, taxi Alpha. Once you pass the tunnel, use Bravo the rest of the way.
Nope, use Bravo.
All right, so we got a couple more arrivals here until Delta 116 heavy. It's good to get out of here.
Push proof for 17.9 to go.
One, yes, sir, Mike Top, clear, Mike Tango.
55-1, no clear, Mike Tango.
I'm 6 at Charlie, cross the 1 straight, Charlie, control point 11, track 2 and out.
Charlie, cross 1 to right, Charlie, control point 11, number 6.
Air 5253, turn right, heading 215, contact departure still. 2097, contact departure, have a good night.
All right, let's take a look at our 757 coasting in. From Orlando, it's a 757-300 in charge of flight 2225 for Delta. It's another smooth putter landing by. We've seen some fantastic 757 landings today. All right, one more arrival. The Delta 116 Heavy is going to get out of here to Copenhagen.
26, tell me outside, traffic to Malfound, traffic will be heavy Airbus in position, constantly turbulence, 140 at 8, runway 12 right.
Delta 2191 from San Diego is going to be our next arrival in ahead of our Copenhagen departure.
967 clearance. The only change will be the beacon code, but I can give you the clearance if you'd like. 967 cleared to Fort Worth. 463 departure is filed. Come to the FedEx that maintains 7,000. Departure frequency 124.7 and squawk 3606.
Right, no 116 heavy.
Yeah, 678 got that on 17.
Delta 2191, turn left, contact point 9, have a good night.
Mass contact the Alpha Delta Quebec.
Two right, Delta 116 heavy.
After the point off the right, 17. Actually, taxi Quebec, Mike cross 4 and short of 12 right, don't stand right. 253, taxi Papa, Mike cross 4, short of 12 right. Stepping on the road. Limit 253, Papa, Mike cross 4, short of 12 right. 2703, I stepped on you as well. Just verify on Mike, short of 12 right. Thank you. 53, towers 2672.
05, contact departure, have a good night.
Head 105, go to departure, Delta 116, have a good night.
2191, very good. Delta and Quebec, give way to the 73, right to left on Quebec, please.
Delta Quebec will give way to the 73, Delta 2191.
The 2703 company on Delta waits for you, towers 267, good night.
Delta 1042, mass tower, good evening, runway 1 straight, settle in, wind 1407.
And now touching down from Nashville, flight 2612 for Delta.
Evening, taxi Papa, Charlie Bravo.
Alpha ground, point on, good night.
Minneapolis. I'm showing Charlie 5, but taxi Alpha, let me know what the company says.
Delta 2198, just outside of Kansas with a visual 12 range.
Delta 2198, Minneapolis
All
Tower.
right, our next arrival coming in from Memphis, Skywest 4063 with an E175 LR.
Quebec. Good evening, Alpha Delta, I'm sorry, Papa Charlie and Bravo. Left, the ice pad. Taxi Papa Mike, Quebec, cross runway 4, join behind the bus itself.
All right, looking at our next arrival, Delta 1042 from Austin, Texas. We got quite the plane installation out there as the arrivals continue to keep rolling in.
Quebec. Triple five. Wait for that Embraer to join Delta before you turn on Bravo, please. Cut 46-3, cut the corner to Delta, your discretion. That 75 will be waiting for you. From Papa Charlie and Bravo. Got it. And traffic on Delta will be no factor for you, 26 or 2820.
3 Minneapolis Tower, company is 3 miles final at Mike, cross the May 1 bridge, and it's
Papa Charlie Bravo, but hold short of the tunnel on Bravo.
All right, let's take another look at our inbound arrival from Austin, Texas, with the next Northwest A320 at the point. And our next arrival is going to be Delta 2198 from Los Angeles.
1042 mass contact to the Alpha Delta Quebec.
Check out those bright white LEDs.
2594 Minneapolis Tower, wind 140 at 9, runway 12 right, clear to land. Company bus to join Bravo before you join Delta, please. Thank you. Wind 140 at 9, runway 12 left, clear to land. So 2866, 2 right turns, contact ground point honor. Company waits for you there off the nose and taxi and enable that taxi close out your gears, they'll be moving short to speed. Monitor point 9, I'll call you in about 2 minutes. Got it. So 2866 taxi.
All right, let's take another look at our A321neo arrival from Los Angeles. These are amazing aircraft to fly on. If you ever have the opportunity to book a flight on one, I would highly recommend you do so.
Alpha 2198 is clearing Alpha 5, call 4.
2198 straight in.
Straight in, 2198.
Super 5, short tunnel, I'll get you around in a minute.
Over tunnel, Super 5.
And our next arrival coming in from the city of brotherly love, Delta 2594. And it's another whale bus.
Or Papa 4, and if you need to make the 180 there behind the Embraer, that's fine. Just don't block Papa 4.
Gus 3829, turn right, taxi, Papa to your gate, monitor ground plan.
180 in as they will.
7, monitor point.
17 line of boy.
Tower, 2159, Minneapolis Tower, wind 1408, runway 12 right, clear till now.
All right, let's take another look at our arrival from Philly. And just behind them, Delta 2699 from Raleigh-Durham will be making its way in. And again, we are continuing to capture the nonstop arrival action here, the late evening from Minneapolis, St. Paul. It's been a lot of fun.
If 94 miles ground, taxi Alpha Delta Quebec.
All right, time for another look
2699, turn left, you're on
at
Alpha,
the touchdown
contact
of our flight out of Raleigh-Durham. Delta 2159 from San Francisco. Probably catch one more here and then get into our runway recap for today. This is our highlights package at the end of our show. It's the just in case you missed it segment. The June bugs have also come out.
2699, taxi Alpha to the gate. 2699, taxi Alpha to the gate. Alpha, 2699, yep, right turn there on Alpha, left turn Alpha 2, left turn Bravo, short of Alpha 3. Alpha 2, Bravo, short of Alpha 3, Delta 2699. Delta 1303, Minneapolis ground. You say Delta 3, once you pass the bus, use Quebec to the gate. Super 5, can you go in the base from Alpha 3? That 7-3 will be joining Bravo and short of Alpha 3 further out.
We know Alpha 3, Super 5.
Thank you. The 2594, use pop. 2565 around the tunnel is approved. Traffic will be waiting on you.
All right, let's have one more look at our arrival.
On the way in, they pushed off at Gulf 21. You may have to wait until they come out. Check. Let me know when you get a little bit closer. There's 321. The 2967 company's out of the way now. Push is approved for 17. Thanks for the wait.
Push approved, thank you. 2967.
Wow. One more smooth touchdown.
1051, wait for traffic under tow, then runway 17 Alpha Charlie, old Charlie 12 right.
All right, circle right back.
2159, taxi Alpha and Delta nose to nose will be out of the way after the tunnel. Alpha, okay, thank you. 2565, the 321's coming out of 21 now, so just let them taxi out, then you can taxi in. Super 5, do you need to wait for Gulf 21 to come out for that bus?
Can you repeat that, Super 5?
Super 5, can you get in, reference that 320, or it looks like you're going to go Alpha and Alpha 1.
Yep, Alpha 1, Super 5. Can you get Alpha 2?
Alpha 2 works as well.
Canada Alpha 2, Super 5.
Your 289 mass chronometer, push approved, 12 right if you'd like it, 0.9 to taxi. Minneapolis Travel Lima, departure Yankee, now current altimeter 29er. 658 kilo, let me see what I got, stand by 1.
All right, everybody, so thanks for sticking with us. Here it is. I put together our runway recap for tonight. So there were quite a few highlights to go around here on this fabulous Friday for live plane spotting out here at MSP International Airport. All right, so we're going to get into our runway recap of today's events. And it was actually quite a nice start to today. We had KLM 250 Heavy open the show. We also got some bonus A330neo action today as well. So let's get into it. KLM 250 sending the 787-9 off to Amsterdam. And right as we got going, KLM departing the Twin Cities on a mostly cloudy afternoon. Helped to tone down the effects of the heat a little bit today, especially that heat haze. So pretty solid departure off the south parallel for KLM. And of course, we had our ferry flight inbound from Atlanta, 9970 Heavy would go out as 9910, an extra section to London later on during the show. And a nice smooth touchdown from the A330-900. And then 160 Heavy would roar into the air, headed for AMS with the A350. Always love seeing it Delta with the 350 on the Amsterdam route. On the early flights here in the summer, and most of our heavy departures used a fair bit of runway today. 160 Heavy, plenty of asphalt to spare before getting into the air. And then check out this floater of a landing from Delta 165 shortly after 160 took off. And it was at this point I thought they were going to for sure go around, and then when they gently started to set it down, I thought, yeah, they're going to make it. And of course, riding the bike as well. An exciting touchdown from 165 at around 4:10 p.m. Central. And then the disco bus Discover getting airborne for Frankfurt in the current livery with the A330-300 sporting those fashionable Trent 700 engines. And it was quite the full flight for Discover Airlines today. They used a lot of runway 12 right to get airborne. Looked to be almost about 8,000 feet of runway. Then Aer Lingus making the daily appearance with the A321XLR coming in from Dublin on the north parallel, runway 12 left. Now, it would be at this point, as we started to work into the evening, where we would lose a little bit of our sunshine. It popped out for just a brief bit before going away. And Aer Lingus with a nice smooth touchdown and an interrupting A220 also in the frame. Then shortly behind that, we had Delta 170 with a smooth landing inbound from Seoul, South Korea. So the daily inbound flight from Seoul with a nice smooth arrival. And then it was the big one, the Air France 777-200ER coming in from Paris with a nice and smooth touchdown here on 12 right. We've had a lot of smooth textbook landings today, and this is just another one to add to that list. And it was the same 777, by the way, that we saw on Wednesday on our most previous edition, or most recent previous edition of MSP Airport Live, I should say. The 9910, the extra section to London, departing off the South Parallel. Giving us some bonus A330 action today. And they were also quite a full flight, it looked like, too, here. Nice, slow, steady rotation. Yeah, the A330 Neos, they always hit the spot for me. Super fun to watch. The Delta 258 Heavy got airborne for Dublin shortly afterwards, with one out of only 11 A330 200s in the Delta fleet. Ex-Northwest Airlines aircraft getting into the sky after using a little bit of asphalt. And also, this aircraft had quite the buzzsaw as it roared past. I really like that. Retro time, everybody. Sun Country with the retro livery headed to Boston with a nice taxi behind the viewing area. And, of course, within view, here it is making the left-hand turn onto Taxiway Tango. So super awesome to get up close and personal with the retro livery tonight on its way out of town. And then Iceland Air 656 taking to the South Parallel for departure, headed off to Reykjavik. And this was a full flight tonight. They used almost all of the South Parallel runway to get airborne, as this was one heavy 737 MAX 8. And, of course, it's pretty easy to see why they really like to use the South Parallel for departure. And then Air France, 89er uniform heavy, with the GE90s in concert, taking off to Paris. Much quieter takeoff than what we experienced last Wednesday, as this aircraft gave us the gnarliest sounding 777 takeoff I've ever heard. But this one was more of a whisper. But certainly a blast, nonetheless. Getting airborne right at sunset for Paris Charles de Gaulle, and then not too far behind we had Delta 116 to Copenhagen. And this will be the last big highlight of the day. And this is also quite a full flight as well. 116 Heavy lifting off for Denmark tonight, under quite the load. And there you go. There's our runway recap for tonight. So what do we think? Paris Gray, thanks so much for tuning in. So we're at the end of our show, but we will be back tomorrow because the possibility of our Gridiron 777 departing is super promising. And, of course, also might get UPS with the 747 tomorrow as well. Mike, I would absolutely agree. All right, before we get going, I want to take the time to let you know that our broadcasts are proudly supported in part by our friends over at DG Pilot, purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiast. If you're a model collector looking for some excellent party wear for a next event or gathering you're looking to put on, need some gear guides for your next adventure, go visit dgpilot.com. And we're also proudly supported by the Pilot's Weather Map. These are really cool and helpful, stylish pieces of home decor. So it gives you a at-a-glance look of real-time weather conditions as highlighted by colored dots on the map. So if you're a pilot and you need something for the office or the home, you want to look at what the flying conditions are at a glance, you can do that with the Pilot's Weather Map. Custom made and craftsman quality. It's a must-have if you're a pilot, and as well if you're an av geek as well. So check them out at thepilotsweathermap.com to get yours today. And last but not least, we are so excited to be sponsored by Jet Set Shirts. Get your aviation and travel swag on at jetsetshirts.com. I own the MD-11 shirt. It's super soft. The screen printing is exceptional, and they have a ton of fun designs They have the CRJ Slayer t-shirt. They've got the MD-11 t-shirt as well. They've got some MSP Live merch on there. Some exclusives are on there, so go check it out. Get some for yourself at jetsetshirts.com and wear a slice of the Jet Set life today. Well, as much as I'd like to continue plane spotting with you and go into the night, the viewing area is going to be closing soon, so we do need to wrap it up here from the Twin Cities. So it's been a blast spotting with all of you today on this Friday, and so I'm looking forward to doing it tomorrow and hopes to catch our Gridiron 777 leaving town. That should be really nice if it does end up leaving the Twin Cities tomorrow. And well, thank you, everybody, for tuning in. You've been a wonderful audience today, and big thanks to everybody that's hit that thumbs up button for liking the show as well as subscribing today. You guys rock, and all of our outstanding YouTube members as well. I very much appreciate your support in keeping a really fabulous and amazing community project going every single week here at MSP. All right, everybody. Well, that'll just about do it for our outstanding buds. I'm Alex Redding saying good night from the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. And until then, happy spotting, and we'll see you in the next installment of MSP Airport Live. Take care.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.